Board of Trustees at Seguin ISD, beginning at 6:31 p.m. Call the meeting to order. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. We'll move on to the pledges to the United States flag and Texas flag, followed by a moment of silence. Leading us in the pledges tonight are Jameson Bader from Cotton Elementary.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one people, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please pause for the moment of silence. Please see.
Move on to the superintendent.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and guests. We made it to the final week of the semester. Congratulations to our students, families, teachers, and staff on wrapping up a busy few months of school with a few days to go. Let's finish strong. I have seen the dedication and efforts of our faculty firsthand this semester, not just in the work of our students, but also through our triad support meetings. I have personally joined several members of our district leadership for nearly 60 meetings facilitated by our principals. Other staff members, including Dr. Jason Mummert and Ms. Monica Lyons, have attended upwards of 100 of those triad meetings. These meetings allow our central office team to help support each school as they work to meet their campus improvement plan goals. I would also like to thank our community members, staff, and the Board of Trustees for participating in our recent strategic planning task force meeting. We are grateful for your time, support, and ideas as we work together to make Seguin ISD a great learning organization for our students, families, and community. It takes all of us. Looking back over the weeks since our last board meeting, we have had a whirlwind of events around our district. Hopefully you have been able to attend one of the many performances at our schools or in the community over the past few weeks. Our students and staff have worked hard thanks to our families and community for supporting them. I was in the audience for last night's Matador Mariachi holiday concert. The event included ballet folklorico dancers and mariachi musicians. I loved seeing our students sing, play, dance, and shine. This was a student-led event where I was able to hear many of our students speak in both languages, in English and in Spanish, truly highlighting the importance and significance of bilingualism. Congratulations to everyone involved. This past weekend, students from each of our elementary schools performed with the Mid-Texas Symphony as the Seguin ISD Children's Chorus. We are Matador proud of their performance and that of our fine arts teachers for their time and dedication. Our Director of Fine Arts, Mr. Mark Diaz, also known as Santa Claus that night, was also invited to serve as a guest conductor at Sunday's concert. I'd also like to congratulate our choir and band students who will audition for the area choir and area band in Austin next month. These students have already been successful at the district and region levels, and we are excited to have them continue to represent Seguin ISD. We also have some very talented visual artists among our students, and their art is front and center on our holiday cards. Students from Vogel, Hot Lawn, Barnes, Breezemeister, and Seguin High School have their artwork printed on the cards that will go out across our community. Congratulations to all 6 students. Since our last board meeting, we celebrated 18 students who graduated from Mercer Bloomberg Learning Center on December 3rd. Their graduation is a wonderful achievement and a testament to the great work of the students and faculty. Barnes Middle School had 60, yes, 60, take the FAA recreational drone pilot test with a 100% passing rate. All U.S. recreational drone pilots must pass this exam. Congratulations to our Barnes 8th grade robotics and engineering students and their teacher, Mr. Troy De Palermo. Best of luck to the Seguin High School basketball teams. They will continue playing games over the break. We know you will represent your school and our district well. I'd also like to break a leg to the cast and crews of Alice in Wonderland and the Christmas play at AJB, both performing this week. As we prepare for the holiday break, I want to remind and thank our students, teachers, and staff of the Matador mindset. We are one team, learning together and elevating excellence. It has been a challenging semester, and this is a much needed, much welcomed break. I hope everyone can be with their loved ones this holiday season, get some rest, and come back ready for 2025. Feels good to say 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. We have our board member reports now. Get to start down there, and now it's Josh that sits at that end. So.
Yes, I get to start and not go rest. All right, so busy couple weeks, busy month, lots of stuff going on. Started out the month with the holiday concerts for middle schools. Got to go to both of those. It was fantastic. Right before the meeting, though, Vogel did their little holiday, 4th and 5th grade holiday Christmas concert, and the director there has retuned Jingle Bells and did a Seguin edition, and it was very entertaining, very well done. So hats off to him for that, and I hope that we get a video of that and get that around because it was pretty spectacular. But I'll have to tell you that the highlight of my month was the strategic plan task force meeting. Honestly, I was kind of not really looking forward to it because it's kind of mundane, but I left there excited. I left there excited about where we were headed for the district, the amount of people that came. It was community stakeholders, parents, teachers, administrators, faculty, all working together, all trying to develop the next strategic plan for 2027 that we could move forward in. And it was just, I left that meeting like charged up and ready to go. So that was probably the highlight of my month so far with the school board stuff.
My highlight for the month was actually being able to be on the school board. I really do feel a privilege and honor to be able to serve with this board. I have enjoyed getting to know the board and working with the board in the way that we have. Probably the highlight of my month has actually been just being able to see the students, teachers, administration from a different perspective. and really has, I've always seen it from the parent perspective and to see it kind of more of a bird's eye approach, just to see the passion that administrators have, is that, and just that intent and just wanting the best for their kids in this district. To see the creativity of principals and how they're piecing together things, and the teachers who are on the ground, and just, you can just see in the teachers' eyes just how much they want the best for every kid in their class and every kid they come in contact with. So that has been my highlight, the people.
I also attended the Safety and Security Committee meeting on December the 4th, and on December the 12th, the Strategic Plan Task Force meeting. And as Josh alluded to earlier, that was a great meeting, we had good attendance, and I believe that's one of two more meetings as we go forward. So hopefully, once the 2025 plan will be complete by June, we'll be ready to implement the next one.
All right.
Well, I got to attend many fun events, and just like Lisa said, it's been very interesting to see the entire district and all of our campuses from a different light, as opposed to what I've always seen them as a parent. I got to watch the AJB Star Vets perform at the Spurs game and represent our community very well. I also got to see the Tiny Town One Act play, which we held and hosted at the PAC Center. And I want to give a shout out to Lydia Robles and her crew for representing our community very well and hosting all those schools and putting that event on. It was very well done, very well put together. I got to attend the first movie night celebrating Wildlife Month at the Outdoor Learning Center. It was very great, very good. Hopefully more people will show up next time. Big shout out to Pete and all the teachers and staff that put that on. It was an excellent event. I also got to see the AJB band do their performance at the PAC Center. I attended the Kennedy Literacy Night and the 3rd through 5th grade Christmas performances, which were all excellent. And then I got to see the Star Dancer performance at the PAC Center last week as well. They were all fantastic.
A couple of highlights for me, like the others were saying, was the strategic planning meeting that we had, and very thankful to the community for coming together and being a part of that planning process. One thing I would like to thank the Seguin Sports Boosters for inviting me back to MC the Meet the Mats that we did, I guess it was a few weeks ago. It seems like forever, but it's only been a few weeks, I think. But that was a lot of fun, and I always have a lot of fun doing that, and I appreciate them asking me back.
I've enjoyed a whole lot of the activities, just as everybody else has, but I'm going to go back to Thanksgiving, and I think one of the important activities that I did is I had Thanksgiving lunch with transportation, and we had a delightful time. They know how to enjoy a time, and are hilarious in a lot of ways, but I just wanted to give them the biggest thanks for all the work that they do, because if it wasn't for them, we would not have a whole lot of our children here at school. So I enjoyed my lunch with transportation.
That reminds me, I got to see something fun for transportation as the bus pulled up to pick up one of the student groups. I saw them all get really excited and say, "That's our favorite bus driver." I've never seen anybody so excited about their bus driver. So I'm so glad that we have bus drivers that our kids are excited about. I attended many of the things that y'all did, safety and security, a bit of the strategic planning, lots of fine arts events. You have to give it to middle school band directors who can craft a Christmas carol out of the 4 notes that 6th graders know. So I have a new appreciation for them. But our choir and our band and our dance team, and so many of our groups represented us so well at holiday events. And I saw a lot of you at the food and toy drive. I think we just represented our district very well over the holidays, and ready to see everybody rest over the holidays. All right, we move on to number 2, student, staff, board, and community recognition. Emily Allen, I believe, is getting us started with that.
Let's see if I can handle the mic this time. Good evening, President Crittenden, Dr. Reheal, and trustees. We have 4 superintendent students of the month from Weinert Elementary, Patlon Elementary, Barnes Middle School, and Seguin High School. In the interest of not breaking this time, I'm going to remove the mic. All right, trustees, I am proud to introduce Gemma Hartman from Weinert Elementary. Gemma is in Miss Ramirez's kindergarten class, where she is described as a positive influence on her classroom, learning environment. Gemma is also known as an amazing role model and a hard worker who strives to do her best. Gemma's parents are Melissa and Cody Hartman. Congratulations, Gemma.
Everybody take a step to the right. Other way.
Santa.
Oh, no.
That's a keeper.
Just wait till it's his turn to be superintendent student of the month. Patlon Elementary Student Council President is our next superintendent student of the month. 5th grader Jamison Bader is an A honor roll student described as demonstrating dedication, kindness, respect, and a strong work ethic in all that he does. Jameson also participates in basketball and soccer. His parents are Chris and Natalie Bader. Congratulations, Jameson. Our next honoree is Gabriela Casas Varela, who is in 8th grade at Barnes Middle School. Gabby, as she is known, won last year's district-wide Spanish spelling bee and finished 4th in the San Antonio bee. This AB student also participates in the art and chess clubs. Gabby's counselor says she is a role model for other students. Her parents are Sonia and Eduardo Casas. Congratulations, Gabby. just informed that she's also this year's Spanish Spelling Bee winner. I did not know that. All right, I did not get to check in and make sure our fourth student is here. Is Miss Angel Fox here? Yes? Okay, hi. Sorry we didn't get to meet before. So Seguin High School senior Angel Fox is our final Superintendent Student of the Month. Angel participates in the Student Council, the National Honor Society, and the Health Science Program. Her teachers say Angel is respectful, speaks up in class, has a hardworking attitude, and helps her classmates. Angel's parents are Travis and Amanda Fox. Congratulations to our high school Superintendent Student of the Month, Angel Fox. Let's give it up one more time for all four of our students. And with that, I'm going to pass things back over to Dr. Vigil for the Superintendent Apple Award.
One of the best parts of presenting the Superintendent Apple Award is the surprise. But it's also giving our honorees a chance to hear how their coworkers see them. This month's recipient was described not only as the heart of their campus, but as the backbone and the glue that holds it together. We also received several other words for this person. Efficient, hardworking, determined, caring, passionate, understanding, dedicated, generous, and loving. This beloved co-worker, sister, daughter, and aunt is not from Seguin, but it seems she got here as fast as she could, having attended the former Texas Lutheran College. She worked for one company for 25 years before joining Seguin ISD. Over the last 17 years, she has helped keep campuses running smoothly as a campus secretary for 6 different principals. No doubt a challenging task, but one she has mastered. Her current principal says she could not do the job without her. I've been a principal, I know how important they are. Over the last 17 years, she has helped keep campuses running smoothly as a campus secretary. Said that. Other staff members at her campus say her dedication and passion shine in all that she does, and her tireless efforts have a positive impact on the lives of others. They also say she is organized to the hilt and helps organize activities and events on campus, makes their days brighter, and is like a mother to many. Even substitute teachers reach out to let her know how they are doing. I am sure I can speak for everyone when I say our district is better for having her on our team, helping our staff, students, and their families. I concur. What a gift to have someone so beloved who truly has a servant's heart on staff at Ball Elementary Childhood Center. I am honored to introduce this month's Apple Award recipient, Cindy Crane. lied. We lied. I didn't know they were here. You weren't supposed to know.
It's a highlight to get to see people realize that it's them. That's the best. All right. Moving on to our campus highlights. Dr. Behiel, trustees, I am honored to introduce our campus highlight presentation for Weinert Elementary. Weinert sits in my district, District 5, and serves over 450 students from kindergarten through 5th grade. Their principal, Tiffany Way, is here to present a campus initiative she introduced this year, the Principal's Book of the Month. Mrs. Way, we're excited to hear what you and your students are.
Good evening, Dr. Behiel, President Crittenden, and board, and Merry Christmas. It is my honor to present to you all our new reading initiative, Principal Book of the Month. Our ultimate goal is to improve our students' reading and comprehension skills. However, the goal of this program is to introduce some of our students to the fun of leisurely reading. And for others, it's to continue to build on their love of reading. A 2019 study by the National Institute of Health found that for students in grades 1 through 3, core comprehension and fluency predicted less leisure reading. In later grades, more leisure reading, particularly of books, predicted better reading comprehension. The Principal's Book of the Month is not a new idea. It's actually an idea that I stole from TUFSA, our summer elementary principal conference. And I immediately knew it was something that I wanted to introduce at Weinert. Reading improvement has been in our campus improvement plan for the past few years. So I know this is a win-win. It's important that every classroom receive a copy of the Principal's Book of the Month to add to their classroom library. And I knew this would be a costly endeavor, so I reached out to our PTC and they offered to help fund the books for the classrooms. I'm very thankful for that. As of today, we have introduced 2 new books to our classrooms. We surprised students with Sing With Me, the story of Selena Quintanilla, in October, and then introduced Our Table in late November, early December. Sing With Me was a great way to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and so many students sang Bitty Bitty Bon Bon with us, and we even played it in the library before our readings. Our Table is a cautionary tale about a family whose table shrinks the more they become distracted by technology. And their daughter Violet notices and takes note, and she takes action. As we continue to grow our initiative, we want to continue to grow our connections, not only with our students, but with their families. Additionally, I want to share the book titles with our teachers in a more timely manner so that they can use them as mentor texts and embed them into enrichment activities. We are also looking forward to growing enrichment activities across the campus, having a bulletin board to highlight all of the fun activities that students can do either at home or in the library with our books. There are so many other great ideas that go along with our Principal's Book of the Month, including a suggestion from Dr. Beagle, thank you, of planning to record our readings and having students come read with me during that time as well. And I cannot wait for you to see the great things to come in 2025. And as always, you are all welcome to come to Weiner. You are welcome to read to any of our classrooms or any of our books of the month.
I tried to convince her to play Bitty Bitty Bong Bong. It just didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well
Thank
done.
you so much. Move on to number 3, audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with board policy EED local. Those wishing to speak sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not posted on the agenda. We have 4 speakers this evening. The first is Caitlin Acuity, policy concerns. So you'll have 5 minutes and thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Before I start, I just want to thank every one of you for letting me speak today and going over everything I'm going to talk about. Before I start, I would like to say Ms. Biddings is still here. Sorry, I was looking back there. I want to say thank you for everything you have done for the school district. You're a light that is shining so bright that we're going to miss you, and we appreciate you. So thank you to the administrators and board of trustees for listening today. You might not realize it, but by taking this serious, you are making some of the most valuable decisions for the future of this district. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about this pressing issue that affects not only our schools, but also the future of our children, the need for substantial change to current policies surrounding the school bullying. We must advocate for a change, or policy change, in a unified framework that would establish clear district-wide guidelines for reporting, investigating, responding to bullying incidents. I'm so sorry. Policies should be components that focus on empathy, inclusion, and respect. And I believe that what Josh was saying with the task force, I wish I would have known about that. I did not see that, and I look forward to actually attending the next one. So I think that's a great step in the right direction. There are 2 things I did want to mention tonight, are some situations that were brought forward to me. These are past occurrences, but they were enough to cause worry that I don't want us moving forward in that direction. I did have a parent, 2 parents, reach out and explain a little of their situation that happened within the past few years, which I know we are beyond that, and the said person in this incident, is no longer with us, unfortunately. So with this, she let me know that her child was experiencing harassment and inappropriate touching by a male teacher. I might have some information I can provide if ever needed, but it took 39 weeks to remove this teacher from the classroom after multiple reports. To me, that makes me feel very uncomfortable as a mother of 2 children that are daughters, and of course sons, because I never want to go through that direction with my own kids. It's a very horrific story that I was told, and in order to protect current and future children, I feel like this is a really good example of what can happen. The next one is a student that was severely bullied to the point that they had to stand their ground and defend themselves on a bus. In this result to this, the student also faced consequences, even though she was trying her best to remove the student off of her. Now, the student is still affected deeply by this, and now her younger siblings are being tormented by the same student. I will not go into naming names as I was asked not to in the protection of these kiddos. I'm more than happy to explain anything outside of on YouTube and in front of a crowd to protect them. But that's something that really concerns me in these stories. What we want and what we're calling for is just an action of a district-wide policy change of how we can handle things, how we go forward, how we bring these changes, work together to form that community that these children can look up to us and see that we are doing this for them. I feel like that brings a lot of confidence in having their own voices when they can see their community standing with them as well. A great place is to start on my end is with something I really wanted to point out today is our current A school is the size of our city with the influx of residents, and we're using such a small portion of that facility. We don't have the space, thank you, we don't have the space to move who needs to be placed in there to protect the children that are really trying to have an education. My biggest thing is next to stories you're going to hear from 2 of our students in this district. I want you guys to really take into consideration on how they go home and feel every night. These are going to be 2 people that are taking the strength that I, wish I had on here for them to come up before y'all and explain what they have experienced. And I really want to thank everybody that's here tonight, everybody online, and everybody that has come to us and thanked us or met us. We really appreciate the togetherness that we're trying to bring. We want to work with y'all. We want y'all to work with us. We want to work for the children, the teachers, staff members, y'all, everybody that's in this community. We want to be a part of, and we want to make sure that we can bring that change. That's all I have. I went off script. I really appreciate you guys tonight, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Addison Sower, and the topic is bullying and mental health at schools.
Hi, my name is Addison Owens, and I'm 13 years old and I attend AJB Middle School. I've attended Seguin ISD almost my whole life, and bullying is definitely one of more than it is really sad to say that I have experienced bullying firsthand. My brother too. My brother is a sophomore. He is 15 years old and power opposite. Me and my brother have experienced all kinds of bullying, minor or major. There's one thing in common with every single one of these experiences. Nothing is ever actually done. Seguin ISD, you say you have precautions and ways for us to get help and overcome them. So instead of pretty much lying to these parents who are just trying to help us, you could hold those accountable. I speak for a lot of students getting bullied when I say most times we feel like we can't reach out for help or there isn't any true help. So when you say you have precautions, it makes you angry, sad, confused, all of these emotions and more because it feels like you don't. I know I'm afraid to go to school most times, so put yourself in my shoes, my friend's shoes, our shoes. It's taken a minute to imagine how every other student feels. Open your eyes to it. You have the biggest opportunity to have an amazing school district, but you're so wrapped up in our education that you don't pay attention to our mental health. You have students taking their lives, families who won't get to see their children again, students who lost their best friends because you refuse to hold those accountable. Step up and take action today. You're not just teaching us, you're molding us into adults. We know if certain people continue to act the way they are and don't get held accountable now, I can promise you they're guaranteed jail time when they're adults. So quit setting us up for failure. Open your eyes and mold us into human beings that you're proud of, not that you're ashamed of. We want to come to school excited, believe me, we really do. But in order for that to begin, we need you to step up and do what you truly love. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Levi Robertson. And the topic is assault, neglect, bullying, and solutions.
Before I start, I wanted to thank Mrs. Biddings as well for being an advocate for the school district, and we wish you best of luck at your new district. Good evening, trustees, administration. There we go. This is better. Okay. and members of the community. First and foremost, I want to thank you for placing these topics, bullying, harassment, and accountability on tonight's agenda. That step alone is a sign of progress and an acknowledgement of the challenges we face. I am thankful to Dr. Vahil and many of the trustees who understand where concern is coming from. Sometimes the solutions seem daunting, but often they are smaller and more achievable than we realize. For example, ensuring the district next semester or next year allows for verified programs proven to reduce bullying and harassment, even if they save just one life. Aligning district calendars with the city and schools to eliminate conflicts like tonight when we have a city council meeting and multiple school events. Parents shouldn't have to choose between participating in their child's activities and attending school board meetings. Please come speak to me on recess tonight for information a teacher shared with me that speaks volumes into the fear these teachers have from their local school administration to speak up and help students. Over the past month, the Safe and Seguin group that we have created has made tremendous strides, but we've also seen the root of the challenges exposed. The most heartbreaking reality is hearing from teachers of different faiths, different political ideologies, and backgrounds, all of whom care deeply about their students, have reached out to us. Many of these teachers have children of their own being bullied in this district, yet they cannot speak up because of the fear of retaliation. It is unconscionable that teachers in a public district funded by taxpayers must remain silent for fear of losing their jobs. This creates a chilling effect. Problems go unreported, students are left vulnerable, and the cycle of abuse continues unchecked. This is a public institution, and these teachers should not feel like they are speaking out against their employer for standing up for what's right. The challenges in this district are multifaceted and complex. Children of teachers can be victims of bullying and can sometimes be the bullies. Students from rough backgrounds or broken homes can be both perpetrators and victims. This is why I agree with Dr. Vahil that this problem must be addressed early at the elementary level so that these patterns and mindsets are changed before they escalate in middle and high school. But we cannot stop there. We must support these older students too, because it is never too late to step in and make a difference. What has been the most difficult, however, is the resistance to change, especially when that resistance comes from individuals who should be part of the solution. Just this week, a woman who was denied entry into the group chose to retaliate by speaking false and disparaging remarks, followed by blocking me when offering to attend in-person meetings before allowing her into the online group. Her comments were then praised by individuals who are directly contributing to the problem, including Mrs. Yolanda Martinez Guerra, wife of current trustee Mr. Guerra.
Yep.
Mrs. Guerra stated that people only want to complain and don't bring solutions. That could not be further from the truth.
Sorry, Mr. Watson, we don't say people's names.
Well, who holds him accountable?
It's just something that we don't do during this portion.
Okay, so a grievance will be filed. Am I allowed to get my time back on that, though? In just 1 month, Safe and Seguin has met with leaders from this district, the city, and other national organizations. We've introduced anti-bullying programs, human trafficking awareness initiatives, and proven solutions at work. I have to block out some other stuff. Sorry, I'm having to block out stuff that was related to that. Leadership is not about self-promotion. It's not about public appearances, grants, or accolades. Leadership is about doing the hard work, especially when it's uncomfortable. And if any of you sitting here tonight are unwilling to face these challenges and bring accountability to this district, I ask you to step aside, voluntarily resign, and allow someone who cares deeply about these children to step in. Because this community is watching, these students are watching, you have been entrusted with their safety and their future. That responsibility is sacred, and we will not allow it to be ignored. I want to end by reminding everyone of the purpose behind this effort. Ephesians 4:2 calls us to be completely humble and gentle, be patient, bearing with one another in love. As children of God, we must respect and love one another, even those whom we disagree. This is not about tearing people down. This is about building something better together. It starts here, it starts now, and I promise you, we will not stop until this district is a place of safety, respect, and opportunity for every student. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. And finally, we have, so sorry, I should have double checked this. Marla, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I too have close
Yes.
handwriting, so I, thank you. And would you say your full name, just so we have it in the? And Marla speaking tonight about bullying.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to stand here and speak to you all. My name is Marla McGrath. I am a sophomore at Seguin High School. I'm wanting to take the time tonight to address a few concerns. Throughout my time at Seguin High School, I have witnessed and experienced harassment and bullying. I have personally experienced the failure of how our system works. from someone who has gone through the procedures that are put in place to protect us. I am someone who has experienced the opposite. I've had my stay away order violated multiple times, and even went so far as being threatened in the school cafeteria. And he was still able to roam without consequences. These interactions that occurred happened between several weeks and were reported by myself, my mother, and fellow peers. This caused me to have severe anxiety and feeling like I have to be aware of my surroundings at all times. Another incident is whenever I had a fellow student threaten to fight me, catch me off guard, which were her exact words. I reported this and was told that there was nothing that could be done until it actually happened, which is, but I was offered to have someone follow me around, which does not help, as there are plenty of vulnerable times where I would be alone and without someone to nurture me. During the night of the town hall, I intervened in a conversation I overheard between an individual and a staff member. At the time, I will not be naming this staff member in a public forum. During this conversation, the tone the staff member had was demeaning and discouraging. As I vocalized the events that happened to me, I was approached with negative remarks and victim shaming, all while receiving intimidating looks by this individual. Bullying does not just come from students, it also comes from the adults that are supposed to protect us. This belittling behavior from someone who is supposed to protect us children was extremely discouraging. I would also like to add that I have brought up the issues of the comments on our school's Facebook during the passing of my fellow friends. I was told that they did not have any moderators to moderate the comments that some of the adults were commenting during his passing, which his claim was false about moderators. With all of these experiences, I am demanding a reconstruction of how school handles these policies and help students and staff feel safe in our own school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right, we move on to item 4, reports and information items. The first is a presentation regarding the personnel needs of the district from Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, President, faculty, board members, and guests. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present requests that we have received in administration in regards to additional positions and how we're presenting those and the rationale for the requests. So, first, we have a request from Potland Elementary, where they are requesting a second grade teacher due to the fact that they have only two second grade teachers for second grade, and both are at the ratio of 25 students to 1. They are, of course, over the recommended rate of by the state, which is 22 to 1, and over that we have to request a waiver from the district, which we have done for both of those, and they have had 25 students for the past about 4 to 6 weeks, more like 6 weeks now. Also, in addition to that, they also report, the principal reports that this second grade also has the highest rate of at-risk students, according to the definition of at-risk students, which is about 74% of the students. That is above any of the other grades at Potland Elementary. So that is that request. So if you have any questions in regards to this request, principal is here if you have any additional questions. Second request is for a math teacher at KJB Middle School. They report that they have 6th grade is the highest, the grade with the highest number of students, at about 35%. Of all students at HAB are in the 6th grade. Also, they report that the student-teacher ratio is significantly higher in math than in other subject areas, where they have 10 class periods for 6th grade math. 6 of the 10 are at 28 students in it. So majority of the classes are at about 28. Also, math is a subject area at HID that is in need of growth, and also as well the Chief Academic Officer has reviewed this and endorses this. Questions on that? Next request is from Kennedy. Kennedy Elementary is reporting that at the beginning of the year, they were serving students in special ed for about 7,000 minutes. And that has grown to about 9,000 minutes with the current staff that they have since the beginning of the school year. Also, they're eager to serve students. We checked with the Director of Special Ed, and she has reviewed this as well. So that is an accurate statement. Next request is HAB Middle School is requesting a one-to-one special ed aide, an instructional assistant for special ed, in that there is this one student who is in need of close supervision. They have done everything they need to do, but students still need close supervision on a one-to-one basis. Again, this has been reviewed by the special ed department as well. Next request is from the Student Services Department. They're requesting 2 mental health counselors. And of course, we know the great job that they do, the great work that they do day in and day out. So the graphic at the bottom of the page will show you that the actual number of counselors that we have had for the past 5 years has actually went up and then gradually decreased from 6 to 3.5 to about 3 now. And the number of students served has increased as well. So if we continue with this trend that we had 62 by the time this board agenda was put in, which was about a couple of weeks ago, probably we should have about maybe 70 students, 75 students up to today. So we're on route to have about maybe 140, 150 at the end of the year if we continue at the same rate that we have been going. So just something to think about. The request would, if this is approved, the additional positions, one would go to the HAB Middle School, and then the other counselor would be split among 3 campuses, elementary campuses. And the last request.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a quick question on this.
Yes, sir.
Just to verify what you're saying, this isn't a ratio thing, right? We only have 3 mental health counselors for all of our 2,700 students. How many students do we have? I'm sorry. 7,000. So over 7,000 students, we only have 3 mental health counselors?
Mental health counselors.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
No. Next request is from the LLI department, otherwise known as CNI department, curriculum and instruction, and the request is for an executive director of curriculum and instruction. Currently, there is not a person that is kind of like directly a director or executive director for that department that manages and oversees and assists the chief, and that is a layer that you will see invariably in every other school district that kind of is the right hand person for and manages a lot of the coordinators, the instructional coaches, where it has more of a day-to-day hands-on that is necessary to be a highly functioning department. The science is here if you have additional questions as well. the lady in the back.
Ms. Lyons, if you just kind of address what benefits does this give to you so that you can, whether you're spending your time right now and what your focus could be if you had this additional assistance?
Sure, so there's two layers. One, it would be a layer, an opportunity. Sorry.
Having a hard time hearing tonight.
I apologize.
Yes, speak into the
Good
microphone.
evening, President Kristen and Board of Trustees, Dr. Vigil. I apologize for answering at my table. There are two layers of it. One, it would give an opportunity for growth in the department between coordinator to chief of academics, just kind of giving that opportunity to move forward. And then two, the responsibilities, there's two parts to it. So part of it is the accountability system that I have to report to TEA often, very often. So it does take me off and away from campuses and being present, being able to support administrators and teachers and instructional coaches. So that is the largest piece. So I do spend a lot of time meeting with TEA in regular check-ins, weekly, and there's a variety. So it could be for a reading indicator, it could be for accountability, it can be for SGS, which is Strategic System of Great Schools. We meet with them every week regularly. So there's a lot of those layers that go into the position currently.
Why having the over-encompassing position rather than just kind of TA specific reporting?
What, can you repeat that?
You talked about that their main function would be TA reporting.
So it's actually me that has to do that piece. So I could give them some of those responsibilities, but we could kind of tag team the campuses and support campuses that way. For some, it's me for like a reading indicator, the accountability type stuff, the target improvement plans for schools that are under effective school framework. So there's just a lot of those pieces to keep on top of. So some of those pieces I could give up, and some of them we'd have to just tag team on those pieces.
And for those listening at home and or maybe in the audience, can you share what other responsibilities you have besides curriculum?
Sure. Besides curriculum,
Yes, the department that we oversee.
I see special services, our SPED department, our special education services. I oversee the outdoor learning center. I oversee ACE. I oversee curriculum. I'm trying to think of besides curriculum. Fine arts, CTE, CCMR, to name a few. Accountability, I oversee accountability. Any more questions?
One question.
And federal programs as well. Yes, ma'am.
middle school student for the special ed aid, is that already been?
I'm sorry, is that a?
A one-on-one, is that already been?
We are managing right now, but there is not one person assigned to that officially. But we are serving the students' needs as it is right now. So we're taking from other places to do this right.
I understand the question, I'm not sure we can answer. Okay.
Any questions? A presentation will follow from the business department for an action item that will address the cost factors for this needed requested decisions. Thank you.
Madam President, point of order, I'd like to bring that forward, that presentation forward, with the amount of community that we have in the room. We can vote on it later, but can we have a presentation about it? Because I have some questions about some, I think it's important. We're having a presentation on what these needs are for this district, but I don't think we're showing the costs to the district that this is going to happen. So if we can move that agenda item, just the presentation, forward to right now.
You go ahead and make that motion.
I move to bring forward the item 8C presentation, consideration of possible approval of budget amendment and added staff positions by Ms. Oakes. Just the presentation forwarded to right now, please.
Ms. Burns first. The motion was made by Mr. Bright, seconded by Ms. Burns. All in favor? Raise your right hand. All in favor? The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. There is a document for the presentation. It's an exhibit in the form of a budget amendment. Normally, y'all see budget amendments as part of the financials, and we're thinking about moving away from that. This is an example of what it would look like so that you're approving budget amendments more in real time. So this is a representation of the cost of adding those positions. You can see I have an approved budget for each function, and then there's another column with an increase to those functions, and then the proposed budget if those positions are approved. As you can see, revenue is not increasing, it is just on the expense side. At the very bottom, there is, you see the original budget deficit that was adopted by the board of $3.9 million. If we added these positions, it would be approximately $354,000, which would increase the deficit to $4.3 million. Can I answer any questions at all?
Can we get a breakdown per position?
Yes, so the two paras would fall under instruction. So we're guessing what these salaries are because they obviously haven't been hired yet. And we're including cost to us for taxes, TRS, and then benefits. And then function 21 would be for the executive director of curriculum instruction. And then the counseling positions would fall under function 31 for guiding and counseling services. Good question, thank you for asking that.
And that's for how many positions?
Remind me.
Seven, I'm sorry.
For guidance and counseling services?
That is the mental health counselors.
And that's full-time?
Yes.
And what about the teacher for potluck?
We have two paras and a teacher, is that correct, Mr. Trevino?
Two teachers as well, two paras,
Two paras.
two teachers,
So
two counselors, and the executive director.
And that's all covered under instruction.
I don't believe I have that total number of teachers. Yeah. So I'll look at the spreadsheet that I have, but I think I have different positions. So I'll go look before you take action on it and see what positions I have. Thank you.
Just real quick, Ms. Oakes, on this, with the fact that the Prop A didn't pass,
Yes, sir.
how much effect, like, how is this really affecting us?
So Prop A didn't pass. That was additional revenue year after year in perpetuity for the school district. That is something that we can revisit for next November if that's something the board wants to do. We were not able to increase our revenue with that. The plan was, we knew we had a budget deficit. In May, we started talking about ways to fix that budget deficit. There were three options. Prop A with TRE, we started talking about in May. Also looking at how we can cut costs. We talked about increasing how we're doing career and technology education funding. If Prop A did not pass, we did say that we would look at programs that we did not have to do, that were not required. We would look at larger class sizes, and we would continue to look at the school district to segment.
So with Prop A not passing, looking at larger class sizes is an immediate result, because that didn't pass in November, and this is December. So
Yes,
the
sir.
immediate result of we're looking at larger class sizes.
That was the communication.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Okay, we move on to item B, employment and retention. This is also Mr. Seguin.
Hello again, President, board, faculty, board members. And of course, this will touch upon employment policies that we have and some of the rotation strategies that we have currently. I will go ahead and go over the policy DC legal that we have currently, and this policy is across the state. Legal policies is the same one for all. And basically, we have to post positions, and they must be up for at least 10 days before somebody is hired. So we go ahead and do that. There's a few exceptions that we have. So some of these positions are posted all the time, like teacher. Also, they have to be in a bulletin, in places that teachers have, or it has to be at the website that we have. So we have it at the district website where we have our job postings. The next policy is same policy, DC, D as in David, C as in Charlie. And this is the local policy where we have personnel duties where it's policy for every school district. The superintendent defines the qualifications, duties, and responsibilities of all positions, and this is kind of falls on the shoulders of HR, yours truly, and which we have then our job descriptions that kind of list the major responsibilities and essential functions of all jobs. Then we have again the posting of the jobs. So it's kind of like recruiting well qualified candidates. We go over to job fairs. We're increasing the number of those that we're going, and we've been very successful in those, and they've been a breath of fresh air with the candidates. One of the things that has been very difficult is, of course, special ed applicants. I have not seen one. At two job fairs that I have been, not one applicant. Always out there. Then, I'm sorry, posting of the vacancies and then applications, of course. This kind of describes that everyone has to have an application for employment. We go through those. We have a system frontline that manages all of our job applications. And then in regards to compensation plan, incentives and stipends, kind of describes that we recommend a stipend schedule to the board, and I'll go over a few of those that we have, and then also that we have some supplemental duties, and then incentive innovation programs. We had some incentive programs in the past, kind of like refer a friend, and also a retention supplement, but due to budget constraints, those were not continued for this current school year. It's always next year that we can always kind of consider things. And these are the major critical need areas that we have in the district. This you will see across school districts in the state of Texas, because we all have basically the same critical needs. Critical need is usually defined, as you know, that we have a limited supply or a large demand area. So those are bilingual teachers certified, which is $6,500, which is well above surrounding school districts. This is one of the highest ones I've seen. So we have a very generous, robust stipend there. ESL teacher certified, we have that, as well as high school math, high school science certified, special ed certified, special ed behavior teacher specialists. So you see, the majority of those are for special ed. And so this is one of our retention incentives that we have for our teachers. So we have been very successful in utilizing this and attracting teachers as well. We have very few bilingual vacancies, especially this middle school. Is there any questions on this?
Overall, we're pretty competitive with surrounding districts.
Yes, we are very competitive. We're at the leading edge of our science.
Just real quick with the stipends though, like, to become a balanced budget, how would this be effective?
To have these stipends?
Are these stipends in place right now?
Yes.
To remove them? That's what we're talking about, right? This is one of the things that we talked about during the Prop A stuff.
Oh.
For next year, they would be reviewed.
For next year, they would be reviewed.
Yes.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes, review. Yes, and good practice dictates that we review stipends every year, and we do, every year. So we look at TASB. TASB has a salary survey that we kind of engaged in, and the results are out. And then we also contact surrounding school districts and ask them for their list of stipends.
I mean, listen, we want to have the best educators we can possibly have in this city. I'm not arguing with that. And losing stipends or cutting stipends isn't the way we can maintain quality people. We need to maintain these. It's just with our current budget constraints, this, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to do what we have to do up here from the dais without having any extra money coming in. So, with the fact that the state legislation starting their legislature next month with over $20 billion in excess money, but none of that's coming to public schools, we have to figure out something here at our schools to take care of us. So, I just wanted to make that statement.
One of the things that we do every year is, again, to see where we are, if we're competitive enough, and if there is room for adjustment to still remain competitive, and then still be good stewards of our taxpayers' money.
Could you walk me through, so we realize we need someone like possibly run a higher second grade teacher. Exactly what happens in the HR department when we need to hire someone new?
When we need to hire someone,
Just, there's an opening, what does that look like? Just
say for
walk us.
example, there's a resignation. If resignation comes in, we get that, recognize that the resignation has come in. If the resignation has come in, we contact the principal, make sure that the principal wants to post right away, because sometimes they want to kind of take a look at things, and want to wait for someone to apply, or maybe most of the times they want to post right away. So we go ahead and post right away. So we post for a minimum of 10 days, and at that point, people start applying. Once they apply, the principal has the ability as the hiring manager to see everyone that has applied for the position, whether submitted or they're working on the application, and then they can go ahead and start scheduling interviews. They schedule interviews, they go ahead and hold those, and then when they finish those, they, in the system, in Frontline, they go ahead and click the button that says recommend for hire, meaning that they have checked references, at least 2 references, and at that point, we start the process in human resources, where we go ahead and check background, we check for certification, if one is needed in that, or a license. So we make sure that those boxes are checked, and then also we make sure again that those are checked, and then at that point, when everything the process has been completed, we go ahead and call and offer the job. We go ahead and point again, look at years of service, develop a hourly rate, a yearly rate, and the person accepts or declines the offer. And then we look at onboarding them to come in to finish out the paperwork. A lot of the paperwork is done online, but then there's a few things that you still need to come in and provide, where we actually see that this is a actual social security card, driver's license, passport, any of those that we're legally required to verify, and then they also provide us with a transcript, an official transcript. And then they get hired, and then we kind of coordinate with the principal when is it that they can be there, as soon as they can be.
Mr. Trevino, in the instance where in our special education department we have some openings, can you speak to what the process is there with those positions that are open, yet we don't have applicants to fill? What is the system from that point to fill that spot?
To fill that spot? Good question. I think I need to ask Ms. Halsey Dean to come up here. Basically, we keep looking for sometimes some companies that provide services. We kind of contract some of those services whenever possible, but staff is reduced, so we have to cover one way or another the services for those students.
Is there, to me it feels like a real concern because as you're short staffed, the staff that we do have that are quality staff are being stretched so thin that they're losing their culture and their job satisfaction, which leads to higher turnover, which leads to more openings. Can you just speak to, when there is an opening, what do we do?
As I said, this is something that is being seen across the state of Texas. When I last looked at vacancies, especially vacancies across neighboring districts, neighbor to the west, they had about 7 vacancies. Neighbor further out to the west and north of San Antonio had like 17 vacancies since June of this year. Ms. Dean?
So, when we can't find staff, we do reach out to staffing companies for contractors. If we can find a contractor, we will hire the contractor to fill in the gaps until we can find staff. We keep the positions posted, we interview every applicant, and then we fill in ourselves. My team, we're in classrooms a lot. Our specialists are going wherever they're needed on a day-to-day basis to assist the teachers to try to get through the days. And what you say is correct. It makes it hard on everybody when we can't find the staff. But we're doing everything we can. We try to find subs. We try to pull in retired teachers that'll come back and sub for us and fill in gaps and assist. And we've had some success with that. We just explore every single avenue. Daily I get contracting companies and we call just about everyone. Send me all you've got. So we can try to get staff. It's a pervasive problem, but we are not alone. That doesn't help us, but it's good to know it's not a Seguin problem. It's a United States problem, particularly in some areas like speech therapists. They're just not out there. And occupational therapists, I've had an opening since the beginning of school, and I can't even find a contractor company to send me an OT even part-time. They all want to do virtual, which with OT so hands-on, I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know if that would be better or not. It seems kind of difficult to me. So that's what we're getting. People just want to work from home. Like I've got a lady in Canada that can do virtual OT, but I don't know if that's good enough for my kids, right?
Are there opportunities to partner with schools who teach occupational therapy or some of those specialties that maybe someone who's about to graduate, that we could kind of do a mentoring type program to try to get them into?
That's a great idea, and we have in years past reached out and done various things. We do a lot with our school psychologists and our diagnosticians. We take interns and try to grow them, and we've been pretty successful with practice stay on that way. OT
there's a few schools. So with occupational therapists and speech therapists and professions like this, I'm not competing with schools. And that's not through either hiring. I'm competing with hospitals, I'm competing with doctors' offices, private clinics, and they have different things to offer. What I have to offer is kids. So people that want pediatrics, that want to work with children, gravitate towards the schools. But a lot of times we're competing with hospitals, and the salary is, the differential is extreme. So.
And can I add a point of clarity? I know that you and Mr. Dwyer have been going through your sessions with different leaders and learning about a lot of different things, operations of the district, if you will. I don't know if anyone mentioned the District of Innovation. We are a District of Innovation, and it allows us some flexibility for hiring, but it does not, with special education or bilingual education, qualify. So that it is really why we see the high number. These are federal programs, and there's no working in a District of Innovation exemption for those two subjects.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Also, I was going to mention that Ms. Dean is so hands-on that she has joined us, human resources, and going to job fairs as well. She's looking. She's unbelievable. Any questions?
I had a question come in today, and rather than explain it, I thought I would get you to explain it as well. Someone had asked about the fact that when we hired people previously, it was an action item. Now it's an information item. Can you explain the difference? We changed the policy about the superintendent used to have hiring authority for a certain amount of time, and we extended it to all the time. And I think that was where this question stemmed from. So I thought I'd let the professional explain that part of the system.
Yes, good question. That is a very good question. You have delegated the authority to the superintendent for certain types of positions to fast track the hiring of positions where before we used to have to hold the hiring of all these people to be hired once a month, the time that you meant. So we would hire people through the month of, or after the board meeting in November, offer positions and tell them, you're going to be going before the board, but we cannot offer you the position and give you your starting date until the board approves. So that was providing a backlog on hiring all the positions. I'm sorry, not all positions, these positions, especially teachers. So that has been kind of streamlined where we are hiring as those positions become vacant, and then just a natural process of going through the hiring process takes place.
I just want to add to that, in most cases, because we see it at work also, people aren't going to sit around until the next board meeting to accept it. They get a call from the school district, and right away they'll pick out instead. So that was another reason why we went ahead and passed it.
That's exactly correct.
Any other questions on the hiring policy?
Thank you. I will be here for the next.
Okay. All right. Next is item C, personnel information, professional employees. Mr. Kewell.
Good evening, Board President Crittenden, board members. We have the personal agenda there. So we're hiring 2 teachers for this we have hired, the starting dates for both of them. One started on the 11th of November, and Ms. Loera is starting in first day back in January. One is Bogo, the other one is Rodriguez from Elementary. Ms. Loera is a returning teacher, and then you have the resignations that we've had since the last 4 years. Thank you.
We move on to item B, the 2024-2025 I-Station Indicators of Progress, also known as ISIP, and interim assessment data. Ms. Lyons.
Good evening, Board President Crittenden, Dr. DeKey, Board of Trustees. Our December data, well, it's the December meeting for our November data. I'm going to go through the types of assessments since we have 2 new board members, just to kind of give you an idea of the screeners on this board presentation. So we have our screeners such as I-Station, and this is a reading indicator that Texas rolled out and implemented throughout all schools. And then we have our RenStar, it's Renaissance Standard Testing and Response, and that is for 3rd through 5th. I-Station is K through 2. Okay. What the screener does look for is their reading indicators, that they're progressing in reading. K through 2 is they're learning how to read, and 3 through 5 is comprehension and understanding what they're reading to learn. Then we have our common formative assessments. Those are every 3-week checkpoints given by the teachers from the HQIM, the High Quality Instructional Materials. And then we have our summative assessments, which is our end-of-year STAR test. So those are the type of screeners that we have within the district and within instruction. Here's some commonly used acronyms. I kind of went through it a little bit in the slide before. Our CFA is our Common Formative Assessment. ISIP is our I-Station Indicator of Progress. And then our PLC is our Professional Learning Community. Our November ISEP data, we have some great progress. Students are moving forward. We have some highlights on a couple of the elementaries that are above the state in levels 3 and 5. You'll see the state is at 51%. Our goal would be to be above that or beating that. Levels 1 and 2 is at 49%. We want to be below that. Here's our September to November progress, kindergarten through 2nd grade. Our schools are growing and moving forward with our indicators K through 2. Here's our Spanish data. Again, our Spanish students progressing and moving forward. Here's broken down by school. This is the copy that I gave you earlier that wasn't in the original presentation. This is our I-Station. This is rate of growth. Okay. So the look fors here is you want to see at the beginning of the school year, you'll see there at the bottom August 2024 to our current right now December. So our December students are just ending all of their ISEP testing. And you'll see there that they're progressing up. You want them in an upward projection. Okay, so where they started to where they are right now. So in our previous slide, this red, yellow, and green right here, you can kind of see them broken down here and how they're progressing within that level. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear. So this is our kinder through second, and we're moving forward, doing really well, progressing up here.
Real quick,
Yes.
the kindergarten, I mean, that's looking really awesome.
Really awesome.
Would that have much to do with the initiatives that's taking place at Ball right now with the reading stuff that they started last year?
Sure.
Did you see that reflection there?
Yes, anytime your pre-kindergarten comes with a huge toolkit is always going to have a good projection moving forward. Yes.
So on here, I'm just pointing this out because when I got on the board, this was something I didn't quite understand. So that little kindergartner, if they score 300 in August, and they're going to be in the dark green. But if they continue to score 300, they would be, probably by the end of the year, they'd be well into the yellow. So what this shows is that they've got to keep progressing to stay in the green. And so that was something I didn't quite grasp when we first started looking at these things, that if they just stay along and they don't progress, they will eventually fall out of that top category.
Right, so you'll see like that kindergarten, if you were to kind of draw your lineup until first grade, at the beginning of first grade, they should be at the green, right? So that student should just keep moving forward. By the time they enter that first grade level, they should be at green. Now, it is super common, taking a break from May to August, they do have a slow start, but then they gain really quick. And you'll notice our first graders, we do have some great gain there, and so they gain pretty quick and start to move rapidly through the year. And this is something that does get reported to TEA mid-year and end of year. Oops, I passed the Spanish piece. So here in the Spanish piece, you'll notice we had in kindergarten, we had a small drop in our green level. So we'll go back and look at to see who those kiddos are and make sure that we have some systems in place at the campus level to kind of do some guided reading, some small group practice with those kiddos that fell back in that dual language or ESL piece. But everyone's still moving forward and doing a great job here. And then if you'll take a look at our red students in kindergarten, they really started up there. So those kids did really fantastic. And sometimes, like that green piece, it could have been like the testing environment or just a terrible night or hungry, you know, just all kinds of little variables on that. Here is our REN star, and this is our standardized testing and reporting. And Renaissance is just the brand, is all that is. It's just the company. And then this is our beginning of year, 3rd through 5th. And this is for comprehension levels, understanding what they are reading. And I haven't figured out how to do the graph for this, but I will by our next board meeting on showing that rate of growth. Renaissance has a different platform I'm not quite familiar with yet. Okay, this is our reading language art interim for 3rd grade. We're doing very well and on track for our strategic goal of 42% of 3rd graders who meet grade level expectation. So we have some nice highlights throughout. Yes, ma'am.
I hate to go back, but the slide right before it with the Renaissance.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, does that mean like a literal?
I'm sorry, it means beginning
Okay.
of year.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was like, where's the girl on that?
Yes.
I think I asked that same question my very first meeting.
Yes, and this data is a little late as far as reporting. We struggled a little bit getting the platform up and running, so they just took their beginning of year in November. Okay. Or end of October. This is our reading language arts I just covered. We have some nice highlights here, some really great growth. You'll see the interim data and then the CFA data there. The CFA, basically they are all of the same TEKS and standards, but we're still moving forward, doing great. Schools are doing an amazing job.
Just real quick though, can you break down the difference between interim and CFA for us?
Yes. The interim is a semester test, end of semester test, and so it tested all of the TEKS that were taught. Okay? Your CFA tests were the small checkpoints throughout the semester. So your 3 and your 6 and your 9-week test. And those are short. They can be either anywhere from 5 to 10 questions, where your interim was a longer test at 20 questions. Here's our 4th grade interim data. And 4th grade is also at 42% for our strategic goal at meets. Grade level expectation. Some really great highlights here as we move forward. We have a couple that dropped, and so we'll have to look at some of those variables as to why. And we did look at data. The principals looked into data. They do that regularly on a daily, so they don't skip a beat. Here's our 5th grade. Our 5th grade is doing a great job, knocking it out of the park for reading language arts. So it's really nice to see some of the highlights of students moving forward. And that goal is also 42%. Here's our reading language arts for 6th grade. My coordinator did put the STAR cohort here. This is oranges to apples, because realize that your STAR data is at the end of the year. Okay, what she did want to show here was currently right now where we're at mid-year according to last year's STAR goal. Okay, so our 6th graders are doing really good. 6th grade from 5th grade RLA, there's a whole new set of TEKS that they have to learn. So this group is doing a fantastic job getting there and moving forward. Here are 7th grade language arts students, broken down by school. The first column is the STAR cohort data, so you do want to see those projections going up. So they are projected to surpass their cohort data. Questions? No. And then our 8th grade broken down by school. And then, I'm sorry, I didn't point out, but underneath each school, that's the number of students. So for AJB, there's 240 students for 8th grade. I apologize, I forgot to point out the number of students per school, but each one of them are there, okay? So that kind of gives you an idea how the percentage is broken down by number of students. Our English 1 is our high school students. We have 465 high school students, and their average for the interim data, which is their fall test, was at 51%. So they're progressing, really doing well. And our English 2 interim data, they have already surpassed their STAR scores from last year, so the cohort is moving very well. For our English 2. Both English 1 and English 2 test every year, and then once they pass their English 2 test, they no longer have to take that STAR test in language arts. And then moving forward, responding to data, all the principals did plan out their spring plans as far as how they'll move forward with instruction, that Tier 1 instruction, and their intervention plans for their students. So they dug into that data, and here's how they're responding to some of their data. I won't read through it, but it is there. The highlighted pieces are what has been added from the last time. Our math interim. The top is overall district at the average approaches, meets, and masters. Math overall is a little bit of a struggle throughout the state, but we are moving forward and have some great highlights as these kiddos dig into their math. You'll see it under each school, they'll have their grade level and the number of students right below that grade level. So you can kind of see for Jefferson, out of 63 students, who was 14% at approaches, 5% meets, 0% masters. And then for a great highlight, our 5th graders do finally get there, and they're doing a great job as they move up on their data. They have their 5th grade is at 59 approaches, 41 meets, and 10% master. And then across the board, you'll see all of the elementaries do very well in 5th grade math. Here we have our 6th grade math. We are making progress to the goal. So if we look at our district data, we have, say for 6th grade math, we're at 47 approaches, 6% meets, and 0% masters, which was a huge growth from our CFA data right below it. So our CFA data for 6th grade math district level, we had 35% approaches, 23% meets, and 5% growth. So once they got to their interim, they did finally get there, and they did understand some of those TEKs. So great job for our AJB and Barnes, who did do better in their interim than their CFAs. So that's good news. It's good retention. They're retaining the information, which is awesome. Did I skip 7th grade? I did skip 7th grade, sorry. Here's our 7th grade. 7th grade math for AJB and Barnes. We do have vacancies at Barnes for 7th grade currently, and AJB teachers are not first-year teachers, but they had a sub last year in 6th grade. So there are a few obstacles for that 7th grade teacher to close some gaps.
Break up the advanced students for that, like you do. I don't see them.
Oh, that's 8th grade. Oh, I don't know what happened to advance. I had it there the other day. I did have it there. I apologize, but I can tell you that 7th grade advanced students are doing well. They are doing, those kids do very well in their advanced courses. I don't know what happened here. It did disappear. I did have it there the other day when we reviewed this data to begin with. I apologize. Oh, there it is.
It's there.
Freaked me out.
Popped into 8th grade.
Magic. I was like, oh, I'm confusing. I would have expected it on the former slide, and I knew it was here. I apologize. All right, so we do have our 7th grade, again, our advanced 7th grade. I'm glad I was true to self and I didn't tell you a story, because we are doing really good in 7th grade advanced math. Our strategic goal is at 52% meets, and AJB is at 78%, and Barnes is approaching. So we are doing very well there. We do have some vacancies at Barnes. And then we have our CFA data right below in our 8th grade. And you'll see there the number of students there on this slide. Our Algebra 1 interim. This is our middle school for AJB and Barnes. Algebra students do generally pretty well by end of year, and so they're progressing and moving forward. Overall, district at approaches is at 91, 62 at meets, and 24 at masters. And they did do a slightly better in their CFAs on masters, but they approached at a high during the intro, so that's always good. Then down below you'll see high school at 339 students. And we have our Algebra 1 at approaches, meets, and masters. And then again, making good progress here. These are new teachers at high school. And then how we're responding to the data. The highlighted is what is implemented for this new data piece, digging into that data. We have our 5th grade science. We have some really strong 5th grade elementary teachers, so across the board they do very well. You can kind of scan that data. We have a high percentage of approaches, meets, and masters for those kiddos. And they do have a new curriculum in Salas. Our science 8th grade fall interim data. At the district level, you'll see our 60% approaches, 35% meets, and 8% masters. And so for STAR, they're not tested in 6th or 7th grade. They get tested in 5th grade and again in 8th grade. And then we have it broken down by school, AJB and Barnes down below. And we had 5% growth. Oh, yeah, sorry, wrong one. Here's our biology. Biology from our high school. We have our fall interim and our CFA data, and our biology teachers are doing very well. They do 94 approaches, 73 meets, and 25% masters.
So just real quick with that, because I noticed that in some of the other one, the approaches, at this being the halfway mark, the approaches is like right there, really high. So the expectation is by spring, STAR, like that, those people will then move over from approaches to the meets category.
Yes, so that's the goal of the teacher. The teacher will dig into their data, kind of see where they can move students, and they'll do their best to kind of spiral in and scaffold some of those teaks so they can move to the next level. Yes, sir, and that's the case across the board for every content, every subject. They'll dig into that data that way, by individual student. And do keep in mind that your approaches is still passing the STAR. Okay, so at approach level, we're still passing STAR.
But the goal is meets.
Correct.
The goal.
Right. Meets is at grade level. Here's our 8th grade social studies, fall interim. And 8th grade social studies does well as well. We have our 61% approaches, 33 meets, and 19 masters for our fall interim. This is cumulative TEAK, so they have to remember all of the historical events from the beginning of the year to mid-year. And once STAR comes, they have to remember everything from beginning of year to end of year. So it is a jam-packed, full amount of learning that they have to internalize and retain. So I give it to social studies. Here's our, oh, and I also want to keep in mind, this is the first time they're testing in social studies. They do not have a state assessment in social studies at any grade level until 8th grade. And it is U.S. history that they tested. Okay. Here's our high school fall interim data, U.S. history at the high school level, 87 approaches, 51 meets, and 15% masters. So these kids do great too. And then responding to the data, broken down, the highlight is how they're responding to their data at the school level, campus level, and district level. And then just some tools that we roll out to all principals to respond to their data, how they dig into their data. Just a couple examples. We do a single test analysis. This breaks down and provides interactive graph of the assessment. And the assessment is broken down by question, standard, and student demographic. So each teacher can know their students, know their needs. We have a quintile report. This breaks students down into groups. So this is real similar to the rate of growth in the ISEP data, where you have the red, yellow, green. This is that same type of report, so they can kind of see how students are progressing and moving up rate of growth. Then we give a subcluster. This analyzes individual student performance within each subcluster. Teachers, and this is where teachers can provide a targeted intervention for that student. That's all I have for you. Any questions?
So I just want to make a comment. In addition to all of the other things that you mentioned you did earlier for us, putting this presentation together and then actually getting this data out to the staff, out to the principals, and helping them digest it, and helping them with their teachers, with the coaches, and all that comes all out of your office, right?
Correct.
And so that executive director position that we were talking about earlier would be a big asset to helping all of our principals digest this data, and then even the teachers to be able to digest this data and target the students.
Yes, sir. It would allow me also to be able to dig in and have teachers internalize the HQIM, which is difficult. It is, especially for math. That a high quality instructional material. So that is the hard part here, is math. But they are doing a great job. They do dig in. Principals do support their teachers. They are well supported. We support them with the academic deans, instructional coaches. We do bring them in for training once a month to dig into this exact data and how to break down their subgroups and move forward with their instructional practices.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I can't remember when you first got here, but I guess then I have a answer.
Me neither.
What are we doing now that was different from last year this time? Specifically for math.
I don't know. Wasn't here, sir. I wasn't here last year at this time.
But have you made?
I came in February, yeah, towards the end of February. So some of the things I put in place, we put in, I was part of the team to come up with the triads to dig in and visit schools. I make sure that the coordinators are well-rounded and going throughout schools and supporting teachers and supporting instructional coaches. I helped with the principal meetings, the SILT meetings, once a month, and put together all of the C&I accountability, any data points that we have to roll out, anything to keep at top of mind, we train the principals on. And that's a common practice. That's not probably something I brought in. I do try having the lens of a principal. I try my very best to give out things that are quality and things that they can use and take back to their school that they can actually turn around. So I know sitting in meetings for myself as a principal sometimes could be daunting. So I really do my very best to give them quality items that they can use and that they can use in their practice tangibly. What else? I've done, well, there's just several things. We do team meetings. I make sure everything's well communicated with the coordinators, that we're all on the same page, speaking the same language, going through the same internalization, the same data. We look at the data together, we disaggregate the data together, and we communicate with principals on items to keep themselves and making sure that those items are on campus, in classrooms, walkthroughs, and everything that's done with Fidelity and Full Circle, just that feedback cycle.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right. E, review of Seguin ISD bullying policy. This is Ms. Bates.
Good evening, President Franklin, Dr. Beal, Board of Trustees. First off, I just want to say thank you for taking the chance on me 27 years ago, fresh out of Texas University. So thank you, and may I love every single one of my students, my parents, all of you up here in this amazing community. So thank you. When I was a campus administrator, I always said, we love you, we love you, we love you. And then I said, I love you, I love you. All right, let's get down to business. We are going to review the Seguin ISD bullying policy. We have it as Seguin ISD bullying policy. Actually, it's our state, it's our policy, our state. We didn't create it and come up with it by ourselves behind closed doors, so please know that. We have a legal, and then we have local. You can glance through the different ones for legal on here, like number 1, prohibits the bullying of a student. 6 sets out available counseling options for a student who is a victim of or a witness to bullying or who engages in bullying. One of the other ones is establish procedures for reporting an incident of bullying, which includes procedures for a student to anonymously report an incident of bullying, investigating a reported incident of bullying, and determining whether a reported incident of the bullying actually occurred. And if you look on, we wrote it in local. I was asked, what is the difference in our legal and in local? We actually are aligned with the legal as far as our local. When you go onto our website here, we discuss about bullying prevention here for Seguin ISD. And one of the things I just want to highlight is that we are committed to investigate every reported claim in an effort to provide a safe, secure learning environment for our students, free from bullying, harassment, and discrimination. And if you scroll down, all of our information in here, I know the legal and the local, it is all there and it can be found, but I want to make sure you know exactly where it is on our website. Okay, so, okay, now what? We have all the legal terms, we know these are things we have to do. I want to just let you know, as we start with our bullying prevention, we provide information to include the Texas Education Code, which we go by TEC, we know we're full of acronyms, for definitions and positive behavior intervention, which is what you hear a lot from PBIS, and we have all of these on our Seguin ISD website. When you go on the website, there's various different options there for P3, the bus routes. So you got P3s first, and go on to the very right-hand side, listing student safety as well. Bullying information, someone asked, where can we find it? It's in your student parent handbook on page 27, as well as where I just showed you on your website. Location of bullying information. We mentioned about the safety tip line. We use the P3, which it stands for practice, participate, and protect. That is online. It is secure and confidential. You can get on that at any time, 24/7. We have an incident reporting form. The form can be completed electronically. It can be downloaded, printed, or submitted. You can email it to the administrator. We've had parents send it into our student services department, and we get it to the right campus as well. You can contact the school personnel. Anybody, the parent, guardian, the student, you can go see your campus administrator, counselor, teacher. Anyone there can help you fill out their reports and get those turned in to the administrator. This is what our bullying incident reporting form. It asks you questions in detail as much as possible. If you can know who the person may be that may be targeting you. Where did this happen? What's going on? Kicking, biting, whatever the case may be. Try to ask as many questions as possible to get a clear understanding of what is going on to bring you forth for that particular situation. You have numerous opportunities to continue different things. Sometimes the parents write it for us. Sometimes we'll transcribe it for you. You call me and talk to one of our administrators about it. We'll write it down for you. So do I have to be the one as the parent to write it and deliver it? No. But we have to be able to ask questions, and we believe in document. And we want to make sure that we're getting exact words of the incidents that you are telling us. But we could be myself or administrators or counselors. Okay, we've got the report. Now what? The step 1, the incident is reported. The administrator begins the investigation. Day 1 of investigation is the next full day after the report is made. That is a requirement from the city. Step 3, after they've done the investigation, the campus bullying committee reviews the report and they make a determination whether the report incident is bullying or not. The report is sent to our district committee by day 6 to review. And what the district committee reviews to make sure that they are in compliance with following and didn't miss something, a fresh pair of eyes. The district doesn't make the determination for you, but they review it just to make sure everything has been followed. Reviews, ensures conducted, and then 5, the parents are notified of determination by the day 10. And in some of these incidents, the prevention strategies that occurs throughout our district. We have increased supervisions and hotspots. We all got those little hotspots, and we don't have them here, some other places that have them, but we do have a few little hotspots every now and then. Parent awareness and support, character education. We have character strong and great expectations is our character education that we use here in Seguin ISD. And currently, great expectations is only a hotline and weekly. There's classroom discussions. The high school a couple of weeks ago had David's Law. The days are going by so fast. David's Law presentation to the students, and today they had a workshop for the staff. Restorative conferences. If warranted, there may be some, we did the bullying report, is everything kumbaya and we're all good, best friends the next day? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So that's why it doesn't just stop. After we finish reporting, okay, we're good, Ms. Miller, everything's good, I reported, this is happening here. We don't stop there. There may be some long-term corrective measures. Depending on what the situation may be, it may be extended on out. It could include additional staff training, parent outreach regarding anti-harassment and anti-bullying protocols. We monitor the effectiveness of the corrective actions taken, including follow-up with the student and parent of the student. Found to have been targeted, and I need to make sure that you understand, when we put these, we, the campuses as well as us, we put these in place, the parent has to agree to it. If they do not agree with this, depending on what the situation is, it may stop. Okay? So we can put everything in place. We'll make sure things are going very smoothly and going around the campus, but the parents, there's a huge component of the parent and the guardian in helping with this next step. If it is determined, because this is a hot one here, right? If it's determined that bullying did not occur, sometimes we stop right there and all I see that did not occur. And that's when it doesn't meet the definition of what's listed there. But just because you receive something that says did not occur, does not mean that the campus stops right there. That's just going along, and I'm going to show you how it's laid out into our templates to where it says did not occur. But there are other things beyond that. And what that could look like, there can still be corrective action plans. There'll still be supportive measures in here. Sometimes, one of the pieces I know, that's a huge question, well, what happens to him? Well, what did you do to him? I haven't seen him or her in a few weeks, or I see him in another classroom, or I see him move to, him or her, I keep saying him, that's some girls, him or her move to another seat in the lunchroom. Unfortunately, we cannot, I know you all know, but we cannot say what a consequence is to someone who is not their parent or their guardian. And I remind my staff, my team, my parents, you wouldn't want me to tell somebody else what's occurring with your student. So those are things that we cannot do.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Is that, when you're following local or you're following state?
Not, given, that's.
Not
Not
being
given
to
to
another parent what you did to
That's it.
someone else's child.
That's
That's
it.
a state
Yes.
mandated law that we follow.
Yes.
And our policy follows that state.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify that, what information can be given to a parent who makes a bullying report? What can they expect to receive?
Sure, yes, good question. So what they can expect to get back is the determination and what all occurred. And before we get to the determination, there may be in between that time, they may have to call back the student and get some more information, which may be the parent sometimes, because they may have been the one giving that. So what we can do, when I get to show you the sample letter, is give them that we will be providing whatever the case may be with supportive measures and what that case may be. Specifically with their child. with their child. Where it could be different things, like I mentioned earlier, counseling. Those are one of the things that we did. Each case is different, but I'm just giving you the ones that would specifically be with someone who has reported it. It could be various different things. If they're willing, both parties, we could do a restorative circle, restorative practices, and kind of meet. In this 27 years, sometimes some of the situations end up being, we didn't get the whole information, and sometimes if we just sit down at the table is what I call it, we're able to come to the table. Doesn't mean we're always gonna agree, but we're gonna agree to disagree.
So
Sometimes
parents
it
should
doesn't.
be receiving information
Yes,
back.
ma'am. They will get a letter.
And it states what safe practices are gonna be put into their child.
Yes.
What cannot address
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
happening to others.
Yes, ma'am.
If bullying sounded
It doesn't, bullying or not. Because again, I'm just gonna remind, just because I say it's not bullying, doesn't mean I'm not gonna protect your child. You're coming to me with a situation. That's important to me, that's important to our team. So whatever that situation will be, if it doesn't meet the definition, if it doesn't mean we stop, oh, I'm through with you, thank you, Lisa. No, we're good. No, ma'am, no, sir. That's not where that stops. And we can still continue with all the supportive measures that may, that student may need. It does not stop.
And Ms. Biddings, if someone doesn't feel supported in that, can they still reach out to you? I mean, can there be more talks that are had?
Yes. Yes, and yes, and yes. The biggest thing that I tell the folks, communication.
Yes, we do.
Oh, my goodness, y'all. Okay. One of the things that, Dr. Beal and I talk about this, and she knows how I am, and I apologize, but a lot of times we could just communicate. That's us, right, Seguin ISD, as well as our parents, and I can't help you if I don't know. That doesn't matter if I'm here or who the next person is. If you don't know, how can I help you? And even if we agree to disagree, we can still come to the table. If I'm not allowed to, but let's just say I even said some of the conversations and some of the situations I have worked with students throughout these years. Amazing, the resilience of our amazing kids. So when I say communication, okay, that's just one more. It is so important. If you don't like something or it doesn't make sense, ask. Come up here. If you don't feel that you're being heard there, the campus, come over here. That's what our support team is for. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go through the process, the preferred communication method? Because I think a lot of our parents are struggling with.
Yeah.
When an instance occurs, what is the easiest way for the school district to receive that information, the very first step?
There's a beautiful chart, and I don't want to mess it up. Ms. Jeff, can you pull up that parent, on our main line, it has the flow chart. I want to make sure I say it correctly, everybody knows on the main website. You
Okay.
start at the campus. You will definitely start with the campus first.
Is it an email, is it a phone call, is it a P3 form? What?
All of the above. Whichever one that you would prefer, whichever one that you would prefer. Keep in mind that the P3 is anonymous, and we are able, excuse me, to go back and ask, if the app is still open, able to go back and ask for clarifying different things when you do a P3. But depending on what the case may be, we have this resolution protocol chart that's on our website. You can, depending on what the case may be, right?
So
Teacher.
really, it's the parent's convenience, whatever is the easiest way for them is the preferred school.
And if they skip the flow chart, we still talk, it doesn't matter. The thing is that if you go straight to here, which is not a problem, we will go, I still gotta go back and ask the questions, I'm gonna make sure to help you as well. All of us will continue to do that. Because my parents, you know, they email, they may get a phone call back from me at 7 o'clock at night, but it works. And if you heard Dr. Goodell mention numerous times, her expectation is that there's a response back within 24 hours. Okay. And that is on our main webpage. If by some chance just you have where it goes, and After the campus, the principals, we have each of the different departments that are here at central office. We all work very, very closely together, so even if it's maybe something with the academics here, we work very closely as well with our technology and our students, so we all work very closely together. And sometimes there may be some situations where I go to the campus with you and I sit with you. And maybe what you can't get out, I can get out for you.
But they're just frustrated by not feeling like they're getting the answers they want, or they're not getting the communication back. What should be their next step?
I would definitely say that the next step, in terms of the campus, they're not giving it back, then the next step would be to notify us.
Central office.
Central, yes.
And is that, again, is it stopping by?
Either way.
A phone call?
Great question. You can stop by, you can give us a phone call, send an email, I've been eating dinner. And so when I said, okay, because I will forget, I'm gonna need you to go email this to me, send this to me, or send this to my Google, whatever the case may be. So yes, all the above, all the above. And a lot of, even if they don't get someone, because we are out at the campus as part of it, when you come to central office, we have some amazing assistants that take the most detailed information you will ever meet, and they will make sure to get it to the right particular person when they find out what the situation is.
Ms. Wiggins, could you give some examples of bullying versus not bullying?
Sure. Okay. So, something that would be with bullying is if I maybe like the cyberbullying, if I'm taunting you back and forth on social media, it could be text messages, I could be sending you a chat, and the Google chat or whatever the case may be, and I'm continuous, I hate your blonde hair, you should be doing X, Y, Z, and et cetera, and keep going. It's some things that would be considered as bullying. Imbalance of power. Imbalance of power where, and when I say a balance of power, it's not because I'm taller than you and I can stand over you. There are certain things, certain key words, certain things that may be done when it comes to imbalance of power. I don't want to say for sure what it's not because we need to know the whole case, but there may be something to where it turns out being harassment, where it wouldn't go following the bullying, but it would be harassment, and then obviously we would go through the different phases with that as well, which is just as important, and that's why I want to go back. Just because we say it doesn't follow here in the bullying, doesn't mean it stops there. It could be making pictures, talking about me, how I look. Clothes are, sometimes physical. Sometimes it could be physical, different types of things, pushing me into the locker, taking something from me, those different types of things.
If a student still doesn't feel safe in the environment, whatever the case may be, they need to tell someone. And if they're not getting that result, then they need to.
And if by some chance, because a lot of our kids, if they can't find that someone, and sometimes we're the only someone, a lot of times maybe your teacher or somebody will come with them and write it. There's some kiddos that will write you an email and will send it to you. They prefer not to come in the office because they saw me. So we find different ways to be able to meet them where they are. We've gone to the house. We've met folks at the library. They don't want people to see that they're coming into the office or, someone seeing you. We've done all those things. Those are things that, the behind the scenes to make a student and a parent feel comfortable. If they would prefer to go meet at Waterbury, we go meet at Waterbury. We've done that numerous times. If they prefer us in the home, we come in the home. But we have to know.
Going along with the communication piece and stuff like that, the bullying incident reporting forms, is that available online on the website?
Yes,
to be like filled out via phone or laptop or whatever? And then is it like a Google form that they fill out and then it's automatically submitted, or is it like a PDF form? You kind of gotta type it in and then you save it and email it to somebody.
So it's a fillable form. It's not a Google form, but it is a fillable form that you can, and if you're on your computer, you can download it, just email it in. If you decide, I got a printer, I'm gonna go ahead and print. And we made it both ways, so you're not hindered because I don't have a printer at my house, you know, so, but you can email that right back in. And like I said, there are quite a few because I don't know who my administrator is. A lot of them will send it in. They'll send it to me or someone from my team, someone that they may know. Or they'll have somebody turn it in for them.
And that's found on that one student safety tab?
Yes. Yes, when you go to the student safety, thank you. And you start, it's right under, and actually every single, the student safety tab is right there at the bottom on the main one, but every single campus, if you go to the website, has the student safety, and it goes straight to this page here, for the bullying improvement, thank you, and there, and it gives you the instructions on the top as to what you can do.
For parents who are at work while their kids are at school, communication can be difficult.
That's right.
The school calls, they're not able to answer. What kind of message can the school leave legally to inform the parent? Can they leave any information other than call us back?
So what we do, here's the thing. I want to make sure I'm talking to the right person because our phone numbers change. We change a lot. So what we do is we say, hi, Ms. Burns, Seguin ISD, would you please give me, I'll say, not, as soon as you get a chance, would you please give me a call at such and such, such and such. And then, I don't leave it on there because I need to make sure, I don't have my name on my voicemail, on my phone. So we want to make sure we're talking to the right person because and some of them may send a message. Please call when you get a chance. Please call when you get a chance through the, oh my gosh, what is that for? Sometimes they'll send a message, is it Lindsey Craftsman? Seesaw?
Is that the text messages?
Yeah.
So
I don't even know, forget, you remember I'm secondary, I can't remember what they use in elementary, but I know like the high school uses their talking points, I know they use that. And I do elementary, I can't remember what seesaw. The seesaw maybe? So they'll may send a message there, please call, just fitting to whatever, please call. And a lot of times, most of them, even the email, I do it because we got parents that are, they're sweet. They work in night shifts. At daytime, we send an email, and you can email back at 8:50, and it's possible I'm gonna reply back to you about not pretty soon, or at least by the next one. So email is always good too as well.
This is going back to that bulletin reports filled out. Like Mr. Trevino walked us through the hiring thing. Can you just walk us through? Oh yeah, we're right there, right on the timeline. All right, come on.
You're good. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. So as we were going through the different things, and keep in mind, in between those different times that we're investigating, it may be that I find out I need to talk to X, Y, and Z. Because you just came in to tell me about A, B, and C. Well, after I get you talking to A, B, and C, oh, wait a minute. X, Y, and Z may have some more information for me. So then they still have to go interview and talk to X, Y, and Z. So there's different things that are going out between there. Sometimes parents, I'll call and check in and say, I'm still working on it, I haven't, have forgotten, I'm checking on this. And like I had mentioned earlier, sometimes we go back and ask for clarifying information. Can you tell me again, wait, where was that at again? I'm not seeing this here. Sometimes we send us videos, different type of things. Technology's amazing. Sometimes they send us things that may come out later, 3 or 4 days. Oh, by the way, I have this. I'm going to send it to you. Send it to me. It's not just because you submitted it on Monday, I'm not going to take something back from you on Thursday. Because you may have just received it or may just remember to have something extra that would be good for the investigation.
Lots of questions then.
That's good.
This table, is it available to our parents?
No, we made this for tonight.
Okay.
I don't know if this is on here except for, no, this one we made.
Looking through the student handbook, it doesn't look like there's
No, it
timelines
does not.
there.
It doesn't give them a timeline. It does not. I can craft something.
Is that
craft
something
something
we
up.
add to
Well, we can do, in reviewing that when it's time up for it to add in our local department, just to have more, or at least a link, maybe, perhaps, in there. Or if we don't add it in where the areas of the board policy, we'll just add it to where the, bullying prevention information is. Maybe add something there that'll show step by step. And that way they can get to it very easily.
Last question I have.
You're good.
When it
Hey, this is my
comes,
last board meeting, I talk all night. Come on.
we're gonna try to keep it as long as we can. With the,
You're good.
when it comes to bullying, a lot of times the child who is bullying, actually is bullying because of their own situations that they're dealing with. Can you kind of speak to what happens on that side to kind of restorative care for bullying?
So in the process of that, we were talking about the investigation. There are, you're absolutely correct. There are some things that sometimes we find out that may have happened to a student in the past. They may have witnessed it, may have happened to them to where we would have to bring in our counseling services. And we had mentioned earlier that we're looking at getting the 2 additional. But keep in mind, we do have some counselors that are on the campus. We have our CIS, some of our social workers, communities and schools. Our social workers work very closely with them. And there may be a plethora of different things that at this particular moment, academics is not going to be at the forefront. That you do find out where we can step in, and sometimes we have to step in and have to provide family support as well. And that's where the wraparound services, especially with student services, the wraparound services. And I talked about some of the things we don't like to do at the campus. This is where we meet after school. Although we meet a lot over here, so it's more private. And when the counselors meet with them, it could be bluebonnet. Our own counselors, they are not allowed to divulge things with us that they find out through therapy or in some different counseling sessions. But it's enough to know that the wraparound service and support. I don't have to know exactly to know. And with that, again, I'm going to go back to the wraparound services where we don't give administrators a detail, but it's enough, hey, there's an additional pass for Nikki. She says she needs to step out, kind of let her be able to come to my office for whatever various reason. Sometimes things don't come out till later, right? Sometimes it doesn't come out till later. It could be Shakespeare and a scene or something may spark something. So it doesn't always, oh, by the way, it doesn't always have to be something right now. It could be in the past. It doesn't have to be within this month time frame. Things could come up that you may remember and you decide to report that it has happened to you in the past. And that's where those wraparound services come, that the village truly comes in. And there's sometimes when I say the village, our community members, we've had to reach out for different things for bedding, different things, washer, dryer, whatever the case may be. That's why I say that village and those wraparound services. The things that you don't see, folks delivering things to the home because we find out that's what they need.
Ms. Biddings, in the review of the bullying incidents, who is on the district committee that reviews those incidents?
We have, it's folks from my team. I don't mess with them as far as if I some chance or something I have to take from there, I kind of step back. But we have folks on our student support coordinators and our student support specialists. 2 folks are assigned to it for each one, and we kind of just mix them up and bring them up. But we've been trained, we go over them, and we are always doing practice runs, if you will, to keep us fresh and to make sure that something's going on that we hadn't heard of, so we continue with that. We work very closely with the Texas School Safety Center. They have an amazing resources that's out to the public and everything. We attend as much as training. They offer training, we attend.
So at the end of the 10-day period when a determination has been made, we've heard tonight and for several evenings that nothing has been done. It's been said many, many times. What is supposed to be done by a student or parent when the policies defined in the student code of conduct are clearly not being followed by the administration that made the determination?
After they've made the determination of if it's bullying or not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then,
Or the resolution to the incident.
the resolution, okay. and it's not followed, and we wanna, what's the next steps?
Well, what's their next avenue to follow, if they assume that what the determination was made by administration is
Okay.
not satisfactory?
Did not agree with it, then that's where they would come to here, and whoever's in this, our office, would be able to come to the office, and you can go, you can have another review. Yeah.
And then after that, if they're still not satisfied, then our grievance policy comes into play.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
I'm saving all my questions for the end, but I'll
Okay.
just do my next. So who's serve on the campus committee?
It could be, like, for example, an assistant principal, an associate principal, a counselor, social worker. It could be a variety of them. It's usually somebody like from the office, and it's not the same. And the person who's actually doing the investigation, but you want to make sure there's other folks on there as well. Sometimes you're in the midst of doing something, that's where you have that fresh pair of eyes.
And then in some of the prevention strategies, we have restorative conferences.
Yes.
Explain that.
Yes, so the restorative conferences, as far as if we get permission from both sets of parents. Sometimes it could be the administrator, it could be the counselor or the social worker. And what they do is, depending on what the situation is, they talk it out, review it. Sometimes it can be as simple as a misunderstanding. She looked at me or she did this. Then they explain it, and they do an amazing job of trying to get to the root cause. Okay, so what's going on here? And literally, circle. It's the majority of the time it is an actual circle that they sit, and they don't just do it one time, because it may be where, okay, and then we have to come back. And there's different, sometimes they'll give them a project, if you will, or an assignment. When we meet again next week, I want to know 3 things that you did for so-and-so and so-and-so. And the various different things there. And they work with them very, very closely on going through this. It just depends on each situation. If it was something about using the words, they would give them some lessons on word choices, different ways that we can respond, being able to accept no for an answer, and how you do X, Y, and Z, those different type of things.
Any questions, Ty? I was also reading.
In my little thing, it has some more slides about it.
Oh, oh, yes.
And then the consequences.
Possible mediation, could be suspension, some warrant, discipline, alternative education placement, which is the DAP. There's stay away agreements, sometimes schedule or class changes, could be lunch hall. These are just some things that I was thinking of different things there. And then if you find here, the parent letters for both parties. And the reason why we kind of wanted you to see that is when there's bullying in families, they're like, what? It's a letter that's already there. We make sure that everything's standard the same across the board. Or I don't get to do extra because I'm at such and such, so we follow this completely as to what each campus is. And it tells you in detail what to write out as far as whatever the case may be. So if you had, one of the examples would be, we would, letters inform you my results by administrative review into the allegation that your child's name was bullied in violation of district policy, specifically was alleged that, and then you actually describe what it is that you came in and said, how you're being bullied. So that is specifically described in there. Whatever you say gets written in there, right? And then on here, the next set, you review everything that there's, you conducted investigation, and then if it's as a result of this investigation I have found, and write in detail, whatever it is that we have found for someone that's bullying is happening. And then we continue with that, and the same thing, there's a letter that goes to the one who is what we call, who's the aggressor, who will be the bully. They receive that as well.
On the examples of possible consequences, one that I get asked about probably the most, that I don't see on there, is expulsion. So.
Expulsion from
Like,
the district?
From the district.
Okay.
What is the threshold for something that serious?
The expulsion from the district, not expulsion to DAP.
Right.
Okay, expel you to the streets.
Right.
Those are very high-level offenses. Murder, Title V felonies. Those are the different type of things.
And that's a state, that's what the state sets out.
You don't have a choice.
Right.
But bullying is one of those things. Right.
Well, if something came from that, but no, that is not.
Question, how often are the committee members trained in the process of filling out?
We definitely, at the beginning of school and throughout, we have discipline committee meetings with the administrators every other week, and we're always throwing in examples and scenarios. To kind of keep it, fresh, because sometimes they'll talk amongst each other without giving names of a scenario or something that they have experienced. And listening to other people and being able to hear some different things sometimes is great. So they continue throughout the year. We don't just do it before school starts. I mean, you gotta stay current and fresh. Yeah. Yes, sir. We had a request to kind of know a little bit about our school behavior threat assessment, which is BTAs. It's open when a student poses a threat and not whether a student made a threat. So that's our key term that we have on there for the BTAs. And we call them BTAs, which is your behavior threat assessment. And this is what this looks like when we use a system called Navigate 360. All administrators, counselors, student services team, there's some central office folks, we all have been trained in how to use this actual. So basically, it kind of gives you a little snapshot. They screen the case, gather the information, and every single thing when you're in this program, as you finish number 1, it gives you different drop downs as to what to go from there. So when I say go to the next one, it's not just as easy as 1 and 2. We'll gather information, analyze the information, make the assessments. You may plan a case management. And what a case management would be as you're going through trying to figure out what's going on with the particular student, that's where those supportive measures, they come in, and your wraparound services. Because sometimes, like the example earlier, I'm yelling out, I want to do X, Y, and Z, Y. What's going on? And that's where, it's a very good detailed, so we stick to the script as far as to finding out what may be something from threats. We'll say, well, there was a BTA done, that's what that is. Is it immediate danger or is there concern? Immediate dangers, obviously, we skip a few steps, and those are things that you may not even get a chance to do BTA, because whatever the situation is, when we say immediate. And we look to see if they pose a threat to themselves, or they pose a threat to others. And you mentioned about the training. All staff are required to complete a bullying prevention and intervention training. The administrators will review the bullying procedures throughout the year. Classes review bullying, and there's different lessons and situations through our character education lessons. And during bullying prevention month, they go above and beyond and continue to do some things inside the classroom. So, in summary, as far as we are, Seguin ISD is committed to investigate every reported bullying claim in an effort to provide a safe, secure learning environment for students. If you feel like something hasn't been done, I'm going to go back to the word communicate. To communicate. Sometimes we're not communicating with you. So we all come together and just use that word of communication. We can get a lot together as a village. We follow the different, again, this is just a wrap up of some of what we discussed earlier. And do you have any questions?
I have a couple questions. Just real quick, because some of them were already asked. On the campus committee makeup, how many is on? How many is usually in the campus committee?
Could be 3, 4, 5, just depends.
But at least.
I'd say at least 3. Yes.
At least 3.
And well, before you count the one who's doing the investigation.
Right. So the investigator plus 3 others?
Mhm.
So we have four people?
Could be more, depends. It
At
depends.
least 4 people are utilized for that, for
and
every report?
Yes, and sometimes, when I say could be more, depending on the situation, depending on if you need to bring in special services, different type of things, 504, special education, it just depends which one.
So is that for every report, or is that upon the investigator determines
Every
that it's
report,
bullying?
you have a bullying review committee. Yes.
So then, so the committee at the campus determines that bullying is not found.
Mhm.
Does that still go up to the district
All,
committee?
every single, that entire packet comes up, and again, they're going back reviewing to make sure all the policies and procedures are in place. If you send something that says that Denise was a witness, and we can't find a witness statement on Denise, we send it back. Where's Denise's witness statement? It says Denise, did anybody interview Denise? Oh, you forgot, okay, send it on to me. Send it, or you didn't, oh, go interview Denise. And that's how that goes. So we're very part of it.
That's okay.
So you,
I was the bully in that situation.
you showed us the 2 letters for if bullying is found.
Yes.
One sent to the victim and one sent to the bully.
Mhm. Yes.
What if
Both parties get it.
What if bullying is not found?
So then then there's another sample letter that's there with the same thing, and what I mentioned earlier as far as even if it's not found because of the definition, it doesn't mean that consequences are not given. It doesn't mean that you just stop and say, oh, you're good, we didn't find bullying, so go on your merry way. We still do whatever we need to do for supportive measures for the victim and the alleged bullier. And if there's consequences, whatever the case may be, that's still, it's just check that it's not bullying. But however, we'll do this and that.
And my final question is, how are these letters sent?
Some of them are emailed. The majority of them, they may email it to parents. Some parents prefer to come up and pick them up, and they can be mailed. We don't give them to the student.
Right, but I mean, like, is there not like we're gonna email it or mail it, or?
A lot of times they'll ask the parent, what do you prefer?
Okay, do they ask that when the bullying report is made?
Usually when I'm doing, when I get they're gonna call too. They call and talk to the parent as well, and then we put it in writing. So I know when I'm doing whatever my situation is, how would you like to receive my determination?
How many bullying reports do we come in a week? 0.
A week? Maybe 3. I just looked at this the other day. Maybe depending on the season sometimes. There's some weeks we don't receive them at all. 2, maybe 2. Just depends.
If someone's thinking, okay, I reported this behavior that another student had against my students, but the bullying process never started. Are there key words that administrators are looking for to start the bullying report process that possibly it wasn't triggered because the parents or the students? Did it say something in particular, or?
Great question. So sometimes the first things that will come out, someone will say, my child's being bullied. Or teachers, I think the student's being bullied for X, Y, and Z. So that right away is a trigger. So here's the bullying word that we automatically open it up. There are times throughout the conversation that I may be having with you regarding the incident that you're coming in and I find out and you're telling me some things that are going on, and myself as maybe the teacher or the counselor asking like, oh, wait a minute. We can follow, we can do the report too. Do you necessarily always have to say the word bullying? No. But when you say it, we're opening it up. We do have parents sometimes that say that that's not what they want. And I have asked them to, if that's what the parent is saying, ask them to put it in writing too. But you're still going to review and go over the case with the student, and if it deems consequences for whatever situation, that still happens. That definitely still happens. You start hearing and you're like, we open it up.
One quick question.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, thank you for giving us a report on where we are now And in your professional opinion, I know you believe in continuous improvement. And I believe the next step for the board is to actually dissect the whole process and find out where we can improve the process.
We always have room for growth, right? You know that, we always have. I really speak for you now. You're taking that step into learning and kind of getting to understand it, and that's huge. And there's already talks and plans in place what Dr. Goodell and the rest of the team will be doing to continue on. It's not going to stop because I just did this presentation today. Because even right now, I'm like, oh, should I have, different type of things, because it doesn't stop. And the more you learn, the more you research, the more you stay on top of it, the better. I'm going to go back to communication. These questions you just asked right now, these are probably what our parents were thinking to ask, but didn't get a chance to, or feel like they could be heard to ask. So thank you for asking them, because you may be asking for someone else. And that's why I'm looking at Dr. Woods. We've had folks who will come in for the parents because they're not comfortable, or for whatever reason they feel like they can't get the words out. So exactly what you're doing now, asking the questions, and continuously, there's trainings, there's different type of things, encourage you. So the Texas School Safety Center is free, it's right there, it's open to the public. They have a great resources that are there that anyone can go to. But we always room for improvement and growth.
Yeah, on the note of communication also, I know my wife has told me several incidents where she had to step in as a translator.
Yes.
Because they didn't understand, and they feel comfortable when someone in their language
Yes.
explains the process.
That's right. That is right, and that's huge. Because sometimes, again, there may be some loss of translation if a student. I love my babies, but sometimes they may not disseminate the information like I need to. So we get a partner that will help us with the translation. Dr. Gilles had to come in and I need a translator. I got it. I'll do it. Okay, well, just go ahead and leave the meeting. But yeah, so that's what the partner and the buddy system comes in.
Ms. Biddings, I have another question.
Yes.
And I'm going to lean on your 27 years of experience with what is being said to the board in the last month or two as far as the incidents of bullying in the high schools and the different middle schools and stuff. Do you feel like the bullying reporting procedures are working well if we're only getting about 3 a week? But it sounds like it's more of a plague.
Ask that again,
Do you feel like the 3 a week, you say you would get 3 bullying reports a week?
And it may be more than that, I'm just asking.
Right.
I can actually, I have a list of exactly what we get.
But it's not 25 or 30.
Correct.
So like, where is the disconnect? Because from the perception that's coming to the board from the community of multi different facets, it seems like this is a rampant thing that is happening every single day, especially the secondary schools, by multiple people. But yet, at the district level, we're only getting 3 reports a week. What is, like, do you feel like do you see a problem there?
So I would say, as far as, they'll call and say, well, I did this, can you tell me who you gave it to? Or can you tell me who you told and if they can't, can you fill this back out? Sometimes they may, there are times I'll ask, who did you tell or talk to?
Yeah.
And they didn't. They didn't, which is okay, right? That's fine. You came here, so you're telling me. So I'm gonna get the information for you. I think the more students feel more comfortable on the campus with one, and it can be any staff member. Like I said, where I said someone would come in and help speak for the parent or the kiddo. I've sat down before. I said, hey, I'm here as a kid. This is what my kid is saying. Don't look at me as Nikki. I am here for X, Y, and Z. Because sometimes the students just don't feel comfortable. They just don't. And it's scary sometimes. And then there are times you have to give some very private information about yourself that you may not feel comfortable with. So tell the administrator, teacher, tell the nurse, and tell anybody that you find that person that you feel comfortable with to be able to, they can go in with you and we can get that report filled out. I've had numerous teachers fill it out for the kiddo and just have the kiddo sign. We've I'm not saying that that's the case for every single person, but sometimes it's like, well, they don't listen to me, or I don't know where the office is, or I don't know who to give it to. When in doubt, bring it over here. Bring it over here.
I think it's important, we talk about that communication piece, that we communicate to the public that we indeed do care. Absolutely. Let me go back to what you started with. And I can't speak for everyone, I know how I feel. We love them, we love them, we love them, and we have got to communicate that we do care and that we are listening.
And know that, I hear in these 27 years that sometimes they don't feel comfortable coming to the school. We want to change that perception. So if you don't, come up here and we'll go there with you. And perhaps maybe you don't, for whatever reason that happened to you or what happened to your cousin, what happened to your uncle, those people don't listen, they're X, Y, Z. That's what we're here for in the student support, to be able to help and advocate for them. And for the ones that are working, give me the information, I'll go over there. Tell me what you need. Because some people just don't feel comfortable coming up there. It's overwhelming. Sometimes go through and it's like, whew, a lot of people up there. So we do a lot, Dr. Hill has been gracious enough, we use our conference room a lot. We use our conference room a lot to sit down and meet with students and staff. And, they may check their student out, bring them on over to central office. So they know it's a true private conversation. There's no kids in there. You don't have to worry about them passing by or being called out of your classroom. So we use her area a lot. And she doesn't mind. She sat down with them. People stop her in the parking lot, come on in, she'll sit down with them and help them the next step. It is what it's not. And we also get folks, they don't know who called, who's my counselor, who's it, and then we get them for you. And that's what we kind of hope with that bridge.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Excuse me, if we could please speak clearly into the mics. We're having some audience members who are having difficulty hearing for both the staff and from the board. So just if you could adjust your mics to make your.
You gotta talk on our microphones.
I don't know if you want to try to raise it up or something.
I just need to press the button to talk. Everybody there just talk into it. What do you want to do?
He's asking if you can increase it.
Yeah.
If you just
I
want
can,
to.
yeah.
We're gonna hold on for just a second while we take care of that. So we make sure we hear Mr. Sands for his presentation.
Madam President, I move to retake a 10-minute recess.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Who was the second? I didn't hear the second.
Mr. Dwyer.
Dwyer, okay.
Yes? Sorry. Okay, motion passes 6-1. Take a 10-minute recess, we'll be back in.
Who was the nay? I'm sorry.
It was Josh, I'm sorry, Josh made the move.
Josh made. I made the motion.
But who was the one? Duncan, okay, sorry. Yeah, I needed to know who voted against it, sorry.
10-minute recess starting at 9:21, we'll be back at 9:30. press order at 9:32 with presentation F, Seguin ISD bond construction update, Mr. Sands.
All right, let's see if this works.
Oh, there it goes.
That sound better?
Yeah.
Now let's see if this works. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm ready. So, Madam Superintendent, Madam President, School Board Trustees, welcome guests. I'm going to give you a short 8.5 minute bond project updates, and then I'll take the questions if we need it. Okay, the last time y'all saw a presentation, there was these first two projects were not on the board, but now we actually have them. And so I'm going to go through each one of them individually, and then I'll talk about the projects that have been ongoing, and then we'll talk about some future stuff. Right now, Transportation Facility Project, the bid was awarded to a contractor or a local contractor that has done a lot of work here, and so we're really excited about him, and he started the day he was able to do that. There was some plan review issues that we have since then corrected that had to do with the city and stuff, just, you know, they're formality. But we went ahead and went moving forward, and we're still waiting on a little bit of issues with the city, but it's not stopping us from working. The other one is the Agricultural Science Facility. I just spent 3 years working on one of these things, and I was excited when I saw this one because it's real similar. What there was there was a competitive seal proposal that was sent out, which is our procurement system for this district, and it was 9 contractors, I believe, that actually came to the pre-bid, and then 7 of them also ended up giving us a bid, and that was back. The contractors came on December the 3rd, as you can see, and then the board, I believe it's up for approval tonight. Did I see that? Yes, great. That's great.
Let's do it.
I'm ready. All right, furniture updates. This is kind of the scattering stuff that I've collected since I got here. The Elementary School Furniture Committee has completed their process, and they presented it, I believe, to the office, the central office back in November. The next step is to select the vendor. And then there was also some furniture installations completed at these 2 other campuses. We're waiting on the vendor's confirmation of the punch list completion, and I believe it's either been completed or just very little of it is left to be done. Barnes Middle School. I'm excited about Barnes Middle School. That's a really cool. It's going to be a cool place when we're through. The Phase 1 furniture that's been installed, the punch list will be addressed during the Christmas holiday, and some maybe next summer, depending on when the furniture actually gets here. Okay. The library furniture installation is scheduled for the holiday. The furniture is supposed to come this Friday, which would be great, and we are really moving forward. That's their central focus, actually, for the contractor, is to get that library done. Safety and security enhancements, electrical work, power installation for the gate operators is nearing completion with additional gates at these other 2 schools that are scheduled to be finished, and they are finished already. Oh, and by the way, this all came out, we put this together right before Thanksgiving. So things change in construction, as you well know, very quickly. Data and security system, the cable installation for the security and the door hardware equipment is underway. There's a mock of an audio alarm and LED notification for the open gates is being developed. And then there's hardware installation. This is fencing and gates are installed. The gates and the doors hardware arrived with the installation started in November, and I think Ball Early Childhood Center is still missing one piece, one part, but it's not anything that we're getting all panicky about. Then there's landscape repair and paint touch-ups work completed. Right, Barnes Middle School, as I said, is an exciting project. Right here, these pictures were shot right before Thanksgiving. As you can see on the far left, that's the stage. That's become part of the stage. I guess you'd call it a cafetorium by the time we get through, because you'll have expanded your cafeteria as well. But that proscenium and that stage is just fascinating. It's going to really, really be nice. There's a server room had to be added because of, growth. When you have growth, you gotta have more technology, so you've gotta have a place for that. The central focus, as I said already, is the library, and it's just really, it doesn't even look like that now. They're putting in the baffles up on the ceilings. They've got the ceiling grid in. All the ductwork is in. They're working on getting the floors laid out and ready to go. And then when the furniture comes on Friday, they'll start setting it up outside in the hallway and then bring it into the libraries. It's the standard way they do that. Upper left-hand corner, that is one of the fine arts additions. Now it already has a ceiling grid in it, and we're ready to go. We've soundproofed some of the walls and stuff. Over to the right side, you see that the reason I shot that picture is because the frameworks came in for all the windows and the doors, and we do have the windows, but we're just not going to put them in till the very last. And then down on the bottom, there's, just to let you know that over the holidays, I believe they're going to try to replace 16 air conditioning units down the 300 hall. And then that's a picture of a big unit that will probably take out coming this summer. Because it just needs to be, it's going to take that time to get there. And then over on the far side is a classroom addition, which is almost fully enclosed. The cap sheet and the roofing is installed on that. So we're pretty close to getting that tried in. Okay, McQueenie. That is out there. It took me 3 trips before I finally actually drove out there today and didn't get lost. So, but when you get out there, you're going to be amazed. All the underground work, they have really moved forward. The wastewater lines are complete, headed out to the underground to where there's going to be a septic system. We're just waiting on the county to get us the approval permit to put the septic system in, but we already have the wastewater system installed and ready to go. As well as also underground work, we've already put all the pipe work in where the parking lot is for the lights, for the standard lights, and they're going to try to get that, as soon as they can, try to get that parking lot paved so that when the winter comes and it comes really nasty, we'd still be able to get in and not stop. Also, the week after Thanksgiving, what happened is there were about 10 or 12 truckloads of steel, columns, and beams showed up. And they started working right on it immediately. Now, these are old pictures, but in the bottom right hand, you'll see that crane. He's still there, but he's already built up 2 stories of one section. It's really moving along really fast. Even though it was raining, I think they got one truck out there stuck, and it's still out there. So that's the way it is. Anyway, those are the pictures you can see. There's pipe work. We've done as much underground work as we possibly can. They're continually pouring grade beams. They're continually pouring slabs and moving forward with that project. Baseball and softball complex. The architect and I and the contractor and the coach all went out there and walked with them to look at the final punch list. There's some minor stuff that needs to be cleaned up. The only thing that we're still waiting on, and I'm not sure how long it's going to be, but it's just in the dugout. There's where you sit there and you put your caps on little, well, that piece of equipment is not there where you put your caps on. That piece of equipment is not there that you can hold the bats. But Coach said, not a problem. So we're just going to get out there and play on that field. So that's where it is. I'd say it's 99% complete because they're working on the press box at the same time. All that is to say is that there's a bond oversight committee, and I always want to put that in there because we watch contractors, we watch architects watch contractors, everybody watches everybody, but there needs to be somebody that keeps that central focus going, and that's that bond oversight committee. It serves as an advisory capacity to ensure project work remains faithful to the bonds of 22 and 23. And they've had 4 meetings, and they're going to have another one in January, and I'll be excited to meet with them. Okay, I'm going to step away from here for a minute because Ms. Oates is going to come and talk to you about the budget finance.
Thank you, Mr. Sands. I am thrilled to have him here. I have done a lot of construction in the last few months, and I'm happy to let him start doing it. So. This is a high-level overview of the finances for all 3 bonds. The projects are listed under each bond, 19, 22, and 23. I've also put the total voter approved amount under each one. In bond 2019, the voters approved 64 million. All of that money has either been paid or encumbered to date. So encumbered means that there's a purchase order and something's been ordered, whether it's a service or a product, and it just needs to be paid for. We might be waiting on the last pay application. As you can see on bond 2019, I added red check marks for everything that is complete, and I put a green check mark in the spirit of the holidays for something that is really complete, but we're just trying to finish up the last of the pay applications. 2022, those are all of our projects. There's a lot. Those are all going on right now. The only thing that is complete on there is the roofing replacement at those campuses, but all of those are happening now. We do have more bonds to sell this spring, so we will be starting that process come January. The buses, the delivery is beginning in January on those. The route buses will arrive in January. The special ed buses, I'm going to say March. They told me February, I'm going to say March. 2023, the voters approved 7.5 million. Like Mr. Sand said, it is 99% complete. However, all of that money has been actually paid at this point. So any more payments will be coming out of the general fund. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
There was a mention of the naming thing.
Yes, sir. That's a great
sign
question.
For the fields?
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, so we have some options. Our architect, Florin Popa, has developed some options. So we will move forward with that as the board would like to. If you want to make that decision on your own, if you want to take action, if you want to get public input, whatever direction y'all have, we will move forward with.
What do you mean?
The design of the sign.
The design of the sign. Yes, to change. So the current sign is Matador Ballpark. It's in line with the signage at the football stadium as well, but we have some options to add the word legends.
Well, I guess we'll see that.
Yes.
Renderings, we'll see that.
Yes, we'll just decide if you want it as an informational item or an action item, or however you want to handle it.
Well, I think it needs to be an informational item that we can take action on. If there's multiple choices, is that what the issue is?
Yeah, you're not required to take action on it. It's a very small change order. There's no requirement from a compliance perspective. It's just however y'all want to handle it. But I'm glad you asked.
If you want to approve it, it can be an action.
Yep.
At a future board meeting.
At a future board meeting.
Not today. We are not, no.
But we have been working on the options, and we'll move forward with that.
Quick question as far as the opening, so we're still scheduling for January or February?
Yes, so Coach Daly had wanted it to be in January after the holidays, right before they, started the season. So that's the plan. We'll get that done in January. Just get somebody to sing the national anthem.
I was not volunteering for the national anthem, but
Yeah.
I have a question. What is timing? Is it possible to get that sign on the field before?
It's not going to be there before January. So the sign that's on there now was designed and started a very long time ago. I'm going to say 3 months. Yeah, it looks like it's just we threw letters up there, but there's actually a lot more to it than that.
So I think that's going to be an action item at the future
Okay.
board meeting.
We can do that.
The sign.
Do you want anything in addition to it just being an action item?
I would like to see the options.
Yes, I'll give you those. Yeah.
Nice little presentation.
Yes, sir.
And the price.
Oh yeah.
Options and price.
Do you want to see the price up front, or do you want to pick first?
Upfront.
Okay.
Pick first.
It's all within budget, all right? It's all gonna be within budget. Can we price it?
Yeah, we have a really good relationship with the contractor and the architect. But so we'll do what we can. Yes. Any other questions?
Exciting things.
Exciting things?
Lots of exciting things.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was gonna say maybe Chelsea's turn. G is discuss status of AJ Briesemeister Middle School construction project. These folks along with, it says Rob.
It is just me. The district has received a pay application for the AJB Middle School project, the renovations that started a few years ago. The district would like to respond to this pay app. If you remember a few months ago, y'all delegated authority to the superintendent to deal with that contract, but we have added an item to closed session to allow the board to consult with the school attorney on this item. Any questions? Okay.
Save our questions for
Thank you.
closed session after. Thank you. Oh,
We're still up.
oh, wait.
Who's next?
New vendor.
Actually, you're the next two things. H, new vendors, or sorry, yes.
Too many folders. New vendors. So this is just an informational item where vendors have responded to bids that are out with the district, and we have 2 new vendors to add. One is for sped services for therapy, and one is for auto parts and supplies. And the other item is for purchases over $50,000. This is also informational to the board. Both of these purchases, the vendor is listed along with the contract and a little bit of a reference. Do y'all have any questions? Thank you.
All right, closed session. Board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters, including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. Number 1 on that is discussion regarding superintendent's evaluation. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.0821, deliberation regarding public school students. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues related to AJ Briesemeister construction projects. We'll move to closed session. It is 9:51 p.m.
That's a good one.
Okay, returning to open session at 12:03 with no action is taken. Moving on to 7 consent agenda items. Consider a possible approval as applicable. Policy DE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon with one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. A, approval of board minutes of special meeting November 19th, 2024 and regular meeting November 19th, 2024. B, approval of tax collection reports for November 2024. C, approval of proposed budget amendments and financial statements for October 2024. D, approval of donations received October 2024. E, approval of donations received November 2024. And F, acknowledge Public Information Act requests for November and December of 2024. Does any board member want to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda items.
Second. We have a motion from Simon, second from Miller. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to 8 action items. A is consider joining the Northeast Independent School District Regional Day School for the Deaf Program Cooperative and the Peer Housing.
President Clinton, Dr. Hill, board members, thank you for letting me present on my petition to join the Regional Day School Program for the Deaf in San Antonio. We're currently members of the RDSPD at Region 13, and we send our students to Hayes Consolidated School District to receive services very particular to the education of students who are deaf or hard of hearing. They have interpreters provided, they have sound field amplifications. It's a lot of additional supports that they provide, which is why school districts in Texas band together to form a cooperative program. Interpreters are difficult to find, so we form these cooperatives so students can get a better education. The most important thing that the programs have that we cannot provide on the local campus is hearing impaired peers. To get proficient at sign language, you need to be signing constantly with your peers. You need to be talking to others in your native language, which for many of our students is sign language. So that richness we cannot duplicate. We can provide interpreters, things like that, but we can't provide the peers that are necessary. Since I've been in the district, we've been a part of the Region 13 program. They do not have enough students to make the class for our essential academic students with hearing impairments. We are the only district that has students. We have 3 students that we would like to send to a program, and they cannot make a class with 1 student. We have discovered that the Northeast program is a much larger program, and they do have the classes already in existence, so our students would be able to join with peers to get that rich support in their native language, which is sign language generally, and the other supports that are available. The distance between the programs, we're driving 44 miles to Hayes, it's 47 miles to the San Antonio program, so the transportation is negligible with the cost difference. Region 13 has been a great program to work with, to serve our students. They've done a wonderful job. The other factor is that because of the size, we contribute on a per pupil basis based on the number of students we have. There's the Austin program, the Hayes program, is charging about $75,000 per student for tuition because they're small. The San Antonio program, the tuition is only $27,000 per student because they can spread it out amongst many more students in school districts. So that factor is an important factor, but when we visited and saw the great program they had at Northeast, we were very impressed and felt our students would get a very solid education in the program.
I have a question. Is the program, the transition from one program to another, differences in program that the students will see, do they use CSUN versus ASL? Are there differences in the program, or are they fairly comparable?
They're fairly comparable. Most of the programs in Texas use the American Sign Language, the ASL, and they're offering the same sorts of services. They're just a larger program, and they have more peers and just more classes in general. So, sign language interpreters are so hard to find, so pooling the resources like that just makes very good sense. And there's very specific rules about how long. You can't just hire an interpreter, you have to have a team, because interpreters, apparently it's very taxing, and it seems taxing to me. You can only work for maybe 30 minutes, and then you have to switch out with somebody else to sign, because I think it's very involved to do that. So you need a team of sign language interpreters that we even have difficulty finding support specialists here that can come in and teach sign and singing. It's been very challenging. So big question, yes.
How many students are we talking about?
Currently, we're sending 3 students to the Austin program, and I keep saying that it's the Region 13. It's in Hayes Consolidated School District. We have 3 more that may go because of the different type of class. That will be up to their families with their ARD committees to decide if they want to go back. We're supporting them in the district right now, and they may choose to stay in the district, and they're doing well for the most part. I think 1 will choose to attend. Thank you.
So this is a choice for the students, or this is an ARD committee?
It's an ARD committee decision, right? And we make recommendations based on their needs. A lot of times our families want that rich language environment that can be provided at the regional day schools. But if a family is adamantly opposed to it, we do what we can to support the student. And sometimes there are disagreements because we've got to say what we feel is best for the student in their education. But families, parents are always a prominent member of our ARD committee.
Any other questions?
So if the board does decide to approve this, I will need the document signed by the board president to return, and then we will be a part of the cooperative. And the good news for Seguin is we will actually be a part of both cooperatives. So Seguin will always have that choice. Should Region 13 have a program that they develop that we need, we can always join. We only have to pay if we send a student. But we will be members of both, which I think gives us good options moving forward in the future.
You just answered my question. Just to add to that, I heard this morning, since I work in Austin, that Hayes Consolidated is getting ready to go out for a bond in May, close to $1 billion bond, and part of it is going to include a new center for this.
Nice, yeah. It takes a lot of physical modification. There's what they call sound field modifications to whole rooms to make it more readily accessible for hearing aids and cochlear implants and things like that. So when you add those things, it's a lot of technology that's costly and very beneficial to students. So.
I make a motion that we join the Northeast Independent School District Regional Day School for the Deaf.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made by Ms. Miller, seconded by Mr. Dwyer. Sorry, I'm really sleepy. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on to item B, request for waivers. Ms. Lyons.
evening, President Crittenden, Dr. Behe, Board of Trustees. I am requesting a waiver for attendance for a low attendance waiver for McQueenie on November 12th. Anonymous threat was made. Some parents did choose to keep their students at home. Consequently, it was a noticeable decrease in the attendance, so we do have to submit a waiver to TEA. So I'm requesting for approval to submit the waiver.
Madam President, I move to accept item 8B, request for waivers.
The motion has been made by Mr. Guerra and seconded by Ms. Sloan. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
C, consideration and possible approval for budget amendment for added staff positions. Ms. Oaks, we already have the presentation portion of this. If anybody needs to see another part of that, you can certainly request it if you have any.
Yes, this current amendment would cover salaries for those positions, given the number of contract days that are left in the school year.
For all 4 teachers, or
Two teachers.
or 2
Aides, counselors, executive director of curriculum and instruction.
Can you clarify once again, the instruction line item on the exempt
So
report?
teachers, instruction is going to be teachers and paras.
Okay.
21 is leadership, so that's going to be executive director of CNI. And then guidance and counseling will be the 2 mental health counselors. And we did these estimates using the midpoint, assuming they took out benefits. So when we actually do make the hires, we can bring back you the exact amounts of their salaries and costs. It'll depend, what day they get hired, what day they start, their daily rate times however many days they work in their contract.
Any further questions?
Madam President, I move to approve the 4 instruction positions and the 2 guidance and counseling service positions.
We're going to make an amendment.
He's making an amendment.
Yeah, you have to,
So I can move to amend.
you don't want to do the instruction version,
This is what we've done.
because then you'll have to amend it.
Consider motion number 3.
All right, well, in that case, I move to amend 8C, the budget amendment for added staff positions, to only include the positions included in line item number 11, instruction, the 2 teachers and the 2 paras, and the 2 guidance counselors, or whatever type of counseling services they are in line 31.
For the second reading.
I'll second.
Can I just hear why you want to do it out? The instructional use?
Just from what I heard this evening, I didn't see that
I will add to that, is I just feel at this time that the position is not clearly defined, and that definitely would be open to it coming back to the board at a later time when that position is more clearly defined.
All in favor of amending the motion, raise your right hand. Opposed? The motion to amend passes 7-0.
Madam President, I move to approve the amended motion.
Second?
I have a motion for Mr. Bright, a second for Mr. Dwyer to approve the motion amended. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7. Thank you. D, approval of the general contractor for the agri-science facility, RFCSP 150.
Thank you. Mr. Sands did talk about this some in his presentation. We have attached the tabulation for the bids. We did get great responses on this project. We came back with a Kaler company with the highest score, and that would be our recommendation for this project. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Madam President, I move for the approval of the Taylor Company to be the general contractor for the agri-science facility.
Second.
I have a motion from a second and a second from Mr. Dwyer. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Item E, approval of Seguin ISD Bond 2022 Furniture Replacement Project, elementary schools. Now this one really does have Robin Copa joining
Yes.
this.
So, you all may know Robin Copa, but she's with Fluger, and she was hired to do this process, so she's going to share her process.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President, Dr. Hill, Board of Trustees, and all of our distinguished guests that have lasted with us this evening. I will go through this very quickly. This may be new for some of our new board members, so if you have questions, please interrupt me, but in this spirit of trying to get through a lot of information and a lot of hard work that happened over a course of 5 to 6 months, I'm going to move at a pretty quick clip. But again, just please interrupt me if you have any questions. So why are we here? We are talking about the work effort that went to spend, or is going to spend, $7.5 million that was part of Bond 2022 to refurnish several campuses throughout the district. But this particular revisioning and focus group was focused specifically on the elementary schools. Elementary school scope is going to include furniture for classrooms, offices, and libraries at each of the 6 existing campuses, and the framework that is being developed is going to inform the furniture that is also selected for and provided for the new McQueeney campus as well. So we are part of we are in kind of the first phase of the overall process, what we call the revisioning the design process. And so we had a series of 5 meetings with a stakeholder group, and within each meeting we have very specific tasks and goals that we wanted to accomplish with that committee in order to arrive at a consensus and a concept. And so what we really did is we established a baseline for this group at the beginning of what their charge is, and also more importantly, or equally importantly, is what their charge is not. So this group is not assigned to get into the actual selection of the actual pieces, the colors. We are not proposing modifications to the campuses or to the buildings themselves, but it is a consistent framework that will be applied across all the elementary schools for consistency and parity and equity. One of the things that we started out with is we asked the stakeholders, what's your biggest objective and goal for this process? We also asked them what was their biggest concern about the spaces that they were in. So we had representatives from all 7 campuses within our stakeholder group, about 3 to 4 teachers per campus, the principal from every campus, a parent representative from every campus. We had 5 members from central office, and we had 3 librarians make up the committee. So it was a really sizable group, and we had great participation throughout everything. So one of the things you may ask is, why are we doing what's called educational revisioning for this? Why not just go in and say, well, there's 28 desks in there, we're going to do 28 new desks. Well, educational visioning, first of all, aligns the concept of what we're doing with this massive undertaking to make sure it aligns with Seguin ISD vision and its mission. Also, we want to make sure that we are aligning with the strategic plan of 2025. We know that that's going through some refresh, and a committee is going through and looking at this and revamping it, but it is still the plan that we are marching towards, and this particular effort really aligns with priority 2 and priority 4. And obviously, there are things that you can look at in the past and you can question, clothing decisions on wearing Dickies to school and things of that nature. But when you look at photos from the 1800s and then you look at a classroom of today, not really a whole lot has changed in how we orient students in the teaching mode and the vehicles by which that they are sitting in. And one of the most important things that, as an architect that I could advocate for is to promote the importance of what we call the third teacher. So first teacher being obviously the adult that's providing instruction, second teacher being their peers that they learn a lot from, the third teacher is the environment that you're in. And so if we can do what we can do best to provide the environment that is most conducive to a variety of learning types of delivery methods, but also different ways that students are activated in learning, it just promotes and provides a better learning environment for them. And then just keeping at the fundamental heart of everything, who is our learner? It's these students, it's the students of Seguin ISD. So we start first by assessing, and we needed to establish a baseline on what the committee felt were good qualities and bad qualities in furniture. And so we had them kind of do some polling on just some gut reactions to some photographs. We had a lot of participation and a lot of really great feedback. And so when we came back at the next meeting, what we did is we talked to them about what were those key concepts and commonalities that started coming out of their discussion. And I think the font that I used on this presentation is not being read by your version of PowerPoint, so I'm sorry if the formatting is a little off. But so these were the 8 big ideas that kind of resulted out of that concept. We also sent them back with some homework, so we had students actually provide some context on what their favorite places in a classroom or a library were, why they were their favorite, and just a lot of really great feedback that we got. We got over 100 responses back on student contribution, which I think is really great. And I'll even say 90% of those responses talked about how they love reading. So the work that's happening here is really inspirational. We took those key concepts both from the student survey and that like-dislike activity and started developing kind of a core list of what those concepts were. The 4 things that I have highlighted here, we don't really consider those as concepts and as the way that you would select furniture, so we kind of called those non-negotiables. You do want integrated storage in your furniture selections. You want those selections to be age appropriate, safe and secure, and durable. So regardless of what gets selected for a chair or a desk or a library setup, it's going to have these properties no matter what. So then we were left with the remainder, and we asked the group to rank those in order of what they would consider the most important. 1 being most important, 8 being least. And what we ended up with is the top 5 categories that this group decided to elevate as their priority. And what we used is those top 5 categories to really develop guiding principle statements. And those were going to be the baseline from which every other sort of decision related to furniture selection is going to be measured against. And so we had separate groups, each take a different word and come up with their guiding statement. We talked about what a guiding principle is and what it is not. And then we had the collective group listen to their proposed statement and provide some feedback. green being things they liked, pink being things that they wish that they would work on. We then took that information and massaged them a little and came up with these 5 guiding principles: comfort and inviting, flexible in use and features, easily reconfigurable, encourages collaboration, and a smart use of space. And then you'll see on the right side, always remember that the non-negotiables are truly non-negotiable. On our 3rd meeting, we started getting a little bit more ideation and some creative juices flowing. We have our Learning, Leadership, and Innovation team come in and give the group an update on what long-term goals from the C&I perspective was. And then we had the group actually do an activity called form follows function. And the reason why this is important is we wanted to map out the function of a student or a teacher or a librarian during a typical day, because what we want to do is have the furniture match and marry up to the primary functions that are happening during the day, and not trying to force them to use something just because we like the way it looks in a catalog. So in grades K through 12, what we saw was the top 2 functions were socialization and collaboration. Grades 3 through 5, it was collaboration, independent work, and then whole group work. And then in the library, collaboration, creativity, whole group, and exploration. So taking that, we moved into the visualization phase, and this is where we actually started putting real pieces of furniture to those function type modalities. We had different groups work on different classroom types, making some arrangements on how they would outfit a room. It was really important at this stage that we also set the expectation that what goes into your largest classroom should also go into your smallest classroom. And then in the end, with our concept, we finally did validation against those guiding principles, and we developed consensus around the group. We had to remind everybody, what is consensus? There's a range of consensus. It doesn't always mean that you are fully bought in, but you can maybe take one for the team. You support this with reservations. And we wanted really everybody to live on the left side of the line. There was a lot of work that had happened going up to this state. So if anybody was on the non-consensus side, this was the meeting where we really dug down into that. So when we talk about smart use of space, we took some actual real-life scenarios, and we took some of the furniture configurations and setups that they had proposed, and we looked at what even just changing a desk type shape can do. And what you'll see is that if you go with kind of a standard desk, it offers more work surface space, but you're also hurting the amount of circulation space that you have. So what the group decided is we wanted to go with something that was a good balance of maintaining enough work surface that can accommodate a Chromebook, a sheet of paper, and enough room for a hand to rest on, so for writing, while giving enough square footage around the room for the teacher and other students to circulate. When we talk about being easily reconfigurable and encourages collaboration, some of the measures that we look at for easily reconfigurable is whether or not items will have casters. Just because something doesn't have wheels doesn't mean it can't be easily reconfigured. It can be lightweight. It was really important to the group that the responsibility of reconfiguring a classroom doesn't rest solely on the teacher or the custodians. The students need to be active participants in it. So having something that's lightweight and able to be managed by a student is important. And there are ways to introduce wheels to encourage quick reconfiguration that doesn't instill chaos in the room. When we talk about collaboration, when you look at more uniquely shaped desks or even standard shaped desks, a lot of it is in the teaching of the teachers and the students on how to quickly shape them into whatever sort of group formation you're looking at, and recognizing that just because you may have a certain shape, it doesn't mean that you're limited in your possibilities. You can do individual testing, you can do partner work, small group, large group work. So, trying to get through it before my voice totally goes. Our recommendations or the group's recommendations, I should say, for the for kindergarten through second grade is a standard teacher setup of a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe, a mobile lectern. It was really important for the group that teachers are mobile and active throughout the classroom. Maybe coffee might have been better, but no, it's all right. We did make a decision to do all individual student desks and chairs, so no grouping of tables, but being able to reconfigure and move those desks into table-like configurations allows for groups to or classrooms to have an activity or a small group table. The older grade levels, 3 through 5, is a very similar setup. We also talked about a desire to have variety in seating. So some chairs with backs, some chairs that are active stools, and a good balance of the two. At the library, we know that we have to accommodate about 13,000 volumes. They need space for small group tables, also for large group areas and presentation areas, focus areas, but one of the real nuggets that came out of this is we don't need to accommodate for computer tables anymore. With the high mobility of technology, it's just kind of a thing of the past, and we don't need to take up the precious square footage that's in those libraries with computer tables. So, in looking at flexible use and features, what we did in our final meeting is we broke down into smaller groups and talked about several of kind of the more nuanced challenges that teachers and students are having in the classrooms today. First one, how do we deal with backpacks? On the back of the chair, on a hook on a desk, on a hook on a wall. I mean, there's all different ways to kind of solve that problem, and we knew that we weren't going to solve it today. We need to have our vendor partner with us in order to figure out the right way to solve it, not just for the existing conditions that we're dealing with, but also with aligning with budget. So what we did is we came up with a lot of different potential solutions, and we had the group kind of rank their priority order. So that way when we sit down with the vendor, we can say, look, these are the top 3 different solutions that we'd like to look at and what that does cost impact-wise when we're looking holistically over 6 different campuses. We looked at classroom supply storage as well, the small group activity table, and miscellaneous classroom furnishings. We know that there's going to be ancillary things that are provided beyond just a student desk, a chair, a teacher desk, a teacher chair. Mobile marker boards, stacking cubes, those sorts of things. And so with that, we are now in our vendor selection process. So you may remember, I think 2 board meetings ago, we came and gave a brief update on what the timeline was. I'm happy to report that we went through a request for qualifications from various vendors. We had 9 vendors submit. 7 of those were considered valid. 2 of them submitted after the proposal deadline. Out of those 7 qualifications, we did an evaluation and narrowed it down to our top 3 respondents, who we then invited into interview. We had 5 people on the interview panel, and then after those interviews, we ranked them after being able to meet the people who we're going to be dealing with face to face over the next several months, and we are here with a recommendation. So how that looks, which I think there's a separate document to actually do the board action item on. But for the remaining timeline, obviously today we're making our recommendation. Once we get approval on that, we will move forward with working with that vendor to make product selections. We're going to go through a mock-up period where we are going to invite teachers and students to come and put hands and rear ends in seats and things like that. We will develop our final selections based off of that, and then we'll go into quotes. The goal would be to have all of those quotes turned into purchase orders by spring break, so that way we're using the rest of the spring semester on fabrication and shipping, and then with an install of June to July. followed up by teacher training before school starts. So everything is on track as far as the timeline goes, and I'll take any questions you have.
Great presentation, no questions.
Okay.
Fantastic.
It really was.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole.
It was a lot of work, and I know I was challenged to keep it under 8 minutes. But I want to thank your leadership team for indulging me. Maybe that's why I'm at the end of the meeting. I don't know. For indulging me, because I do think it's an important process, and I know there's been questions, earlier about what is this process going to look like, how is participation going to be, and things like that. And so I think it was important for everybody to see that, especially some of our newer faces as well. So.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for us to get a condensed version of the presentation to be able to share with our families and our students? Because I think there's so many key points to it about how the collaboration happens and then the input, everything would be great to be able to share.
Yep, we can do that, and we'll fix the formatting on it too. So.
There's a memorandum attached that Robin put together that just
Kind of summarizes the vendors that responded and were interviewed and the recommendation based on points. And Indico was the top score. The district has done business with them before, and they're a very well-known company. Great reputation.
Which business?
What's that?
Which business?
Which business?
Indico.
Oh, Indico. Sorry.
What
it's like-
business have you done with them before?
Oh, they did the furniture at AJB and at Barnes.
Nice. The AJB furniture is awesome.
Well, and what I would say is that the top 3 that we invited into interview, they all were surprisingly different in their approach, and so it really made the
All 3 that were interviewed were surprisingly different in their approach, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to get them in to talk face-to-face, is because there are different ways, and specifically with their approach to installation, which that's going to be the biggest hurdle with this project. You're trying to do we are doing 6 campuses in one summer. That's a tall order, and so we wanted to hear from them what their specific strategy was on that.
Madam President, I move for approval of Indico to be the Seguin ISD Bond 2022 furniture replacement project contractor or vendor.
Second.
Have a motion from Clinton and a second from Mr. Bright. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes 7. Thank you. Do I have any board comments or requests?
I do. I just want to thank Trustee Bright and Crittenden for coming to the KWE Holiday Food and Toy Drive and being there and helping us out. I appreciate coming. Thank you. And everyone in the district who came. I mean, there were student athletes and different, I'm having a hard time communicating at this moment, but just thank you to everyone who made that such a big success for us.
I just wanted to make a formal comment. I brought it up earlier, but I just wanted, it was announced on the radio, the news this morning, that the next month, when the state legislation goes into session, they will start the session with a $20 billion surplus. With that being said, meanwhile, a majority of the independent school districts throughout Texas are operating on a deficit budget. We need to be pressuring our legislatures to do their job this year and get the money to the schools so that we don't have to have these really tough questions, these tough processes, and we can get our teachers to be well equipped and well paid to stay here so we can develop Seguin ISD and all ISDs for our children's sake.
I just want to take the a minute to say thank you for spitting. I can't imagine looking out and not seeing you out there, so thank you for everything.
I just want to thank all of the administration and staff. We're here till 12:45 at night. I think with the addition of 2 new board members who ask a lot of questions and go in, we're still trying to find our focus and our way, and appreciate the patience and continuing to be so supportive still, however late it is. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, thanks for the administration for doing a great job. You guys are always on it, so, and Ms. Higgins, you are gonna be missed. This is our last meeting, I believe, so just want to say Merry Christmas. And to steal a line from Jose Feliciano, Feliz Navidad, Prospero Año Nuevo.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
All right, that's a motion from Mr. Pride, a second from Mr. Dwyer. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Raise your hand, please.
I'm saying that 7-0. Merry Christmas. This meeting is adjourned at 12:44 a.m.
It might be a record. That is not a record.